So last call for public comment, we move into our workshop agenda. Not seeing any, we're moving into the workshop agenda. The first item is a special proclamation to declare May 17th through May 23rd as National Public Works Week. And I'm going to have the privilege of handing this proclamation across the table so it can be handed to my colleague, Michael Fitzpatrick, who was much inspired to run for city council and was elected last November. His father is a lifetime public works employee for the state of California, has special meaning for him, and I would call the attention of the public and this council. By sheer coincidence, virtually every item on our long list is related to public works in one form or another, really indicating the value and fundamental vitality that public works keeps our community up and the community we love. Mr. Fitzpatrick, if you would do the honors.
Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the public of the city of Poulsbo. And whereas these infrastructures, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our city's transportation, water supply, sewer collection, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our community. And whereas it is in the public interest for the residents, civic leaders, and children in Poulsbo to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2026 marks the 66th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association, with this year's theme being Rooted in Service, Powered by Community. Now, therefore, Edward Stern, Mayor of the City of Poulsbo, Washington, does hereby proclaim the week of May 17th through the 23rd, 2026 as National Public Works Week in the City of Poulsbo, and urges all residents to join us in saying thanks to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our city's health, safety, and quality of life for all.
Thank you, Councilman Fitzpatrick. We have your father in mind as well. And I would encourage all citizens in the city of Poulsbo to join me in recognizing this important initiative and in a round of applause for our assembled public works. And just for the record, I have to state, it was just a short year ago, the city of Poulsbo and its public works engineering staff and the rest were awarded the North American Public Works Small City Project of the Year. That's across Canada and the United States. And I had the privilege of representing Mayor Becky Erickson, along with our Public Works Director, Diane Linnaeus, and our city engineer, Josh Rains, to receive that award in Atlanta, Georgia. So it's certainly a special banner year to be reading this proclamation. Any words you'd like to share, Diane, Josh? I think this would be appropriate. Mike?
I'd just like to say it's been an honor to be the Public Works Director for such an amazing team in a city that believes in making our streets as safe as we can and investing in the future of our growing city. So we are celebrating with a little lunch with our team over on Viking Avenue on Tuesday of next week. And Mayor Stern will be there to thank all of the individuals that you see in the orange and yellow vests out on the street, especially this week, the week before Viking Fest, where they're really trying to make sure that our city looks as good as it can for all of the citizens and the visitors that come. So we'll be able to thank them each personally on Tuesday next week at lunch. Mike.
Thank you for the kind words and all that. I am blessed to be superintendent of a great, fantastic crew. I have an amazing group of people over there. They give their all. It's been a fun ride for the last 33 years being in Public Works, and looking forward to some more. Thank you all.
And I want to amplify Mike Lund, who heads up all our public works crews and the coordination there of 33 years, making him one of the longest contiguous serving employees in the city, outdoing our finance director. That says a lot. And we appreciate you, Mike, so much. And
Yeah.
Josh, if you would, please.
Sure. Yeah. Just really quickly, I wanted to appreciate the engineering team and the relationship and partnership that we have with the Public Works team and the collaboration on all of our projects and infrastructure here in the city. It's been a great experience over the last 8 years here at the city, and I'm happy to be here and I'm part of the team. Thank you.
And in conclusion, I want to note, we had our intergovernmental committee meeting, MOU, the Suquamish Tribe calls it, last evening at 4 p.m. It was staffed by Public Works. Diane was there, Michael Bateman. We went over a number of the critical Public Works projects. Our level of cooperation is high, and we couldn't be doing this without our staff, and likewise Allison O'Sullivan with the Suquamish Tribe, and Catherine Edwards, their tribal administrator. So again, more kudos to Public Works and the level of cooperation, the high level with the Suquamish Tribe. So again, thank you, team. We're going to move on to item B, which is Neighborhood Streets Update for 2026. Mike Lund will be coming forward to address that with staff, and city staff will discuss the status of the Neighborhood Streets program, including the status of city streets, completed projects, planning projects, funding, and Vialytics, which is a play on the word analytics, street rating software. Team, if you would take it away.
Oh, yeah. Oh, perfect. All right, thank you all. We're here tonight to talk a little bit about our Neighborhood Streets program and moving forward, see how we're doing. I'll give you a little update on things, so.
That's not very good.
Oh. It's like, what are you talking about? Well, yeah, there might be swimming pools, you never know. So, history of the Neighborhood Streets program, as you all remember, for many years, neighborhood streets maintenance was deferred in order to fund larger projects. Very limited funds existed in the streets maintenance budget. The dollars that we had were used as matching funds for larger grants on the larger classified roads. This left very little dollars to do anything other than minor maintenance for the remainder of our city streets. Around 2014, council decided to fund neighborhood streets program separately with the money that could not be used on larger roads. Our first project was in 2017. We did a chip seal project all around town, a couple of different streets in different areas of town. And ever since then, we've been playing catch up. Initially, the fund was about $150,000 a year. Takes a long time to get anything worthwhile with that kind of money, but everybody move forward. We got a current budget now of about $445,000 a year for neighborhood streets, which is a big improvement, but not nearly enough. Starting in 2026, we do have a good surplus of about 1.6 million in the neighborhood streets fund, and we're going to burn through about 1.1 of that this year. So it's going to go quick. We just kind of save it up for a little bit so we get a chance to do a big project. So the city street classifications are basically, we have neighborhood commercial collector roads. Those are the roads greater than 4,000 ADT. Commercial access roads.
ADT standing for what, Mike?
Average daily traffic. Yep.
Say that again, the mic.
Average daily traffic. If I talked loud enough, you could hear me. Sorry. So the eligible for neighborhood streets funding is basically residential collector and residential access roads. Sometimes we look at the neighborhood collectors on a case by case basis, just depending on the road and what the project is and if it makes sense. So all of these roads you see here in red are actually arterials and collectors. And by general rule of thumb, none of these roads are eligible with the neighborhood streets money. So some of them are eligible for grant funds, but a lot of them are not. That's a different discussion we're going to have down the road on how to fund maintenance on roads that are not classified for grants, but bigger than neighborhood streets. So
Question from Councilman
Yeah.
McVeigh.
Thanks, Mike. Just to clarify, this is our policy that they're not eligible for neighborhood streets funds, or is that a state policy?
that's kind of our policy.
That's the city policy.
What we've, yeah,
So it could be changed or modified if should we choose to do that.
absolutely.
Correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Just want to make that clear.
So council made a decision many years ago to identify funds for specifically for neighborhood streets because they were often overlooked because there were so many big projects that needed larger sums of money. So that was how this fund was established.
If I remember correctly, I believe that Mayor Stern was instrumental in doing this. Since 2017, we've completed about 10 miles of preservation projects. We've done some chip seals in 2017 and 2020, and we've done a lot of seal coat on some roads, which helps just kind of prolong the life of the road, put some rejuvenation back into them. And then this last year, 2025, we did what was called the scrub seal, which is basically a chip seal coat combination. So we've done about 10 miles worth of road at a cost of about 1.1 million. So one of the ways you rate roads is the pavement condition index, and it's a numerical rating from 0 to 100, with the best roads are the higher the number. It's a standard assessment tool used by municipalities to prioritize maintenance. And the best way to keep your PCI scores up is with a good pavement preservation program. Interesting enough, I kind of did a Google search and I said, what is the average PCI score of small cities under 20,000? Average PCI score for most cities ranges about 60 to 67. So we're at 70. So we're doing pretty good. When we started with this Vialytics stuff, and a couple of years ago, and before our last couple of large projects, we were down to around 67. So we've increased our PCI score in the city a little bit.
If I could add real quick, because especially in front of this slide, Mike, something we're all aware of, the city doesn't lay down roads. We accept roads, and we accepted them in the order that the subdivisions, I'm speaking now of the neighborhood streets where people live. That was our distinction, where their homes are. And it's basically indicative of the standards over time, which were very lax, very thin, physically speaking, and improved over time. And that mapping is indicative of basically the acceptance of subdivisions coming into the city of Poulsbo.
When I first started with the city years back, if I remember correctly, our road standard was like 2 inches we were following the county's road standard at that time for our neighborhood roads and stuff. And it was 2 inches of gravel with 2 inches of asphalt on top of it. Now, that was it. Right? So now we have 6 inches of base course, 4 inches of crushed surfacing top course, and then either 3 or 4 inches of asphalt. We're building real roads now. So this slide just kind of lets you see the state of the city. We have about 55 miles of road in town. Our average PCI score, as I mentioned, is 70, which is fair and satisfactory. But you break it down, and we'll go through this in a second. We have 17 miles of good road, 16 miles of satisfactory roads, about 8.5 miles of fair road, just under 7 miles of poor road, and then very poor is just over 5, and then the really, really, really bad ones. So we are down to about 1.5 miles. So this just a quick picture. It just shows you what your good roads are in town. Quick synopsis, you can kind of break them out. This is all off of that Violetic software. At the end, I'll show you, I'll give you a quick run through on that software because it's pretty cool. This is our fair roads. We got about 8.5 miles of them. Our poor roads. And the very poor and failed roads are, oh, sorry. And then so what is pavement preservation? So pavement preservation is basically you spend a little bit of money now and saves and preserves the road a long ways. This is kind of a good little spreadsheet that are not a spreadsheet, but a slideshow that got off of roadresource.org, which is a great website, by the way. So your typical life of an untreated road is about 20 years. Well, within the first 75% of the road's life, it'll drop 40% in quality. So it's slow off the front. It stays pretty good. But then over the next 12% of its life, it drops another 40%. So it gets to a point where it just dives, right? That's this point right here.
Councilman Eckert.
Yeah, just real quickly, at what point on this curve do you not consider resurfacing worth it anymore?
Down around the poor roads. Yeah. You know, there's a lot of things you can do, like on really alligator road stuff, and we're doing some of it. We're trying to prolong the life of the roads a little bit with the monies that we have available, like a double chip seal with the fog seal over top of it. That'll buy you another, 10, 12 years, on the roads. But quite honestly, if your best bet is to get in there and get rid of that alligator area, or even if we're going to on some of the roads that doesn't have a lot of traffic on it, you could lay some matting down and then some grid down over top of it, and then overlay over top of that, and that'll buy you some time. So there's things you can do, but it's a lot more expensive, obviously, than what we've been doing. So like it says, all roads past a point of accelerated deterioration. So the farther it gets down this way, the harder it is to go. So these next few slides just basically tell you the money we spend up here goes a long ways, extends the pavement life of the road out to about 40 years if you do it right. So and that's interesting if you think about it. So think about all the new roads we've done in town in the last 10 years, right? By rights, what we should be doing is taking money now and preserving those roads now, but we don't have enough money to do it. So we're trying to play catch up with the roads that are really bad instead of spending money here, right? So it's a heck of a shuffle to try and do. We want to spend some money preserving the roads so they don't drop any farther. But in the same token, we want to save the roads that are still savable, right? That small portion of them that are still savable, bring them back up to here, and then try and figure out somehow to rebuild the roads that are completely garbage. So it's not a fun.
It's much akin like you're doing triage in an emergency room.
100%.
You're going for that which can be saved versus that which is terminal and would take away from those who other might be able to.
And that's the problem. When the citizens call, they say, well, my road is, I get it, but we have very limited funds and we're trying to save the roads that we can save. And the ones that are on the dying end, we just have to let go until we can figure out a way to save something else. So it's tough. So the whole idea here is this slide. I like this, is to try and keep the roads above the complaint line. So, that's the best one there. How do I get out of this thing? Hold on. There we go. Well, that took me, I think I might have lost my presentation here. Hold on one second. I apologize. There we go. So treatment options that we're using out there broke down the average cost per mile. So the average cost I've got here is for a 24-foot wide road, all inclusive cost, kind of design, mobilization, traffic control, everything, start to finish, right? So crack sealing is about the cheapest thing you can do to help preserve a road. But you can only, once the road gets so alligatored out there, you can't go out there and crack seal, right? So that's we're trying to do some stuff on the roads that are a little bit better, makes sense. So we do some crack sealing ourselves, but for us to do a crack sealing road, any road in town, it's about a 6 to an 8 man show. That's just the way it is. By the time you get the bodies out there, the flagging the traffic, the whole 9 yards. So Seal coating, which we've done a lot of seal coating in town on some of these other streets, it's about 76,000 a mile. Scrub seal, which is basically a chip seal project, is 250 to 350. The 350 is for the double chip road. We basically put 2 layers of chip seal on it. We did that on Earl Road and on 9th Avenue back in 2017. Both of them are holding up great. So that really helped. 2-inch overlays, about $700,000. Asphalt's expensive. And then a full rebuild's about 2 million. So, when we think about these roads that are failing, think about the money.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
And how much does this reflect the increased cost of oil over the last few months?
This doesn't. This is kind of going off of kind of recent projects that we've done. So
It's really right now a lot more expensive than this.
and it will be, I think, for the foreseeable future.
We hope, Councilman Fitzpatrick, you'll share with your retired Caltrans father, we've identified the mysterious complaint line. They haven't even done that in California.
Right. So just looking at our roads that we have and the miles of good road, satisfactory road, I kind of put this together based on the price per mile. So on a good road, to try and help preserve it, we could do some crack sealing for the 17 miles. That'd be about $510,000 if we did all the roads. If we decided to seal coat all the good roads to help preserve them, that'd be about, almost 1.3 million. Just a single chip seal on them would be about, 4.2. And then a double chip, which you really would never need to do on a good road, would be about 5. And then I didn't even do overlay or full rebuild because you wouldn't want those on your good roads anyhow. Satisfactory roads, same thing. You can look across. We got about 480,000, 1.2 for seal coat, 4 million for scrub seal. The numbers are there. If you look down at the bottom, to do all the stuff in town, just for full rebuild on the roads that are poor. I got poor and very poor and seriously failed. We got $26 million. My neighborhood streets money ain't gonna cover it. So this is the projects we got planned for the next 5-6 years. Like I said, we started out with about 1.6 million in the reserves. We get about 445 a year. So if we pull out, we're slowly building it, kind of doing this, but sometimes you gotta do little smaller projects instead of bigger ones to kind of help build that. So in 2026, we're gonna do 3.65 miles of scrub seal. We're gonna single chip up in Ridgewood, Schooner Court, Norland, 20th Avenue, Carl Place, Glen Haven. So big area up on the hill. And then we're gonna double chip all the roads in Old Town except for Harrison, Eliason, and Ness. We're gonna leave those roads alone this year. Gonna hit them next year, Brett. And then next year, we're doing a water line project on those 3 roads I just mentioned, Harrison, Eliason, and Ness. And so then once that water line project is done, we'll come in and overlay those roads then at that time. That makes sense. 2028, we have no large projects planned at that point, kind of taking a little bit of a breather, looking at things, building up a little bit of funds and stuff. 2029 and 30, about $1 million. 29 will be prep work and getting ready for 2030. We're gonna about 2.2 miles of road in Viking Heights, Haven Heights, 15th Loop, and that'll be scrub seal up there. So those old roads up in those areas. It might be a touch more because I got to take a little closer look at Viking Heights and Haven Heights. I'm comfortable with. 15th Loop area is pretty rough.
Yes, and on the map, those are failed, so.
Yeah. Then we'll have to take a second look at those and see what we can do there. And then stepping back a little bit in 2031, we'll just do some seal coat on some of the not as old roads in town here. So Vetter Homestead, Somerset, Talon Glen, Chateau Ridge, Snowberry, Olympic Place. We'll give them a good seal coat on there to help preserve what we have. They're not in too bad a shape, actually. 2032, scrub seal, double chip, Torval Canyon area and Fjord Gardens. Torval Canyon, the good thing about Torval Canyon is about half of that a few years back got repaved when PSC came through and dug stuff up. So it's Still, the cul-de-sac stuff are pretty bad in there, but at least it saved us on some stuff.
Councilman Eckert.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think some of the side roads in there are failed.
Yeah,
But
100%.
We had someone that had sent us pictures of
Yeah.
one of the streets and
Yeah.
so, yeah, I kind of wonder about that one too.
Yep. You know, you can only do, the only nice thing about there's not much traffic in those roads. So maybe you end up doing a double chip over top of some fabric or something, you know, to try and help structurally without ripping it all up. You know, once you rip it all up, it's a lot more expensive.
Isn't that the road though that connects to Fourth?
Yes,
So there will be more traffic.
there will be more traffic. Yeah. Well, the main road ain't bad. It's the side cul-de-sacs that are
Right.
the worst in that area, but yeah. And then 2033, actually, 3 of the actual worst roads in town are over on the other side of town. Liberty Road, Bay Street, Fifth Avenue. Yeah, they are really bad. They're just one step above gravel on some of it, quite honestly. And then Third Avenue and Edvard, where it goes down through those 2 apartment complexes and stuff like that. So we'll start looking at those in 2033 as a full rebuild. It's less than a mile. It's about 1.1 million. And then at the end of that, and it's fairly aggressive plan, but not overly aggressive plan. I'll get to that slide in a second. Sorry, I thought I had it next. So here it just kind of shows the areas where we're going to be doing our projects. This is 2026. 2027 is the Harrison Eliason in Old Town. Sorry about that. 2029, 30 is Viking Heights, Haven Heights. 15th loop up there. Seal Coat project, Chateau or Somerset and Better Homestead, and then Chateau Talon, Snowberry. And then the Scrub Seal project, Torval Canyon, and then Fjord Gardens right here in the middle by Rec Center. And then the rebuild here, Liberty up above Viking, Liberty below Viking, Fifth Avenue, Edvard, Third Avenue. You notice I left this little section here out. Technically, we don't own that road, that little portion of road. It was never dedicated over to us. We'll have to get that figured out within the next few years. But when we're done with all that, next 5 years, we're out of money. At $445,000 a year to what we have, we're out of money. So I either step back on the projects, stop what we're doing so aggressively, push a couple projects out a little bit, whatever to keep it down. So we're about $50,000-$60,000 in the hole at the end of 2032 right now with our current funding cycle, the way it is. And just I threw this slide in. This is part of the reason that some of the, you know, we like to try and get out there and do what we can on the roads. But in 2000, our population was 6,800. Now our population is 13,000. We used to, at 2000, we had 30 miles of road. Now we have 55 miles of road. In 2000, we had just over 3 FTEs. Now we got about the same. We've kind of fluctuated a little bit. The foremans have been recalibrated, but boots on the ground doing the physical work out there, the FTEs, I honestly don't have enough money in the streets department alone to go out there and fill potholes and flag. I have to take from other departments to do it. It's just the way, the nature of the beast. And unfortunately, as the roads get older, there's more traffic on them. There's stricter safety rules now, so it requires more bodies to do the stuff. It makes it challenging. Any questions so far?
That was an excellent presentation, Mike. I will just add a comment before we hear from council. Those of us who ran for election last year knocked on doors. I'll just speak to my anecdotal impressions. Mike could track which neighborhoods I was knocking on doors on because consistently the number one question and concern I encountered among all of them by head and shoulders was their streets and our ability to address them. And that was consistent, and I kept asking for updated information. I go back to different houses as Diane or Mike got them to me and hand them the sheets. They wanted to understand what our logic was, our approach. And so I'm just sharing with you, as of last fall and summer, neighborhood streets were the consistent number one concern by a country mile, no pun intended, of the citizens I ran into. Rick?
Yeah, thank you. This is great. I mean, the one big thing I wanted to know is what's our commitment? It's not just what do we got going on now, but what's our total commitment and down the road? And I'm just gonna make the comment, everything Mike just talked about is just the street itself. And a lot of these older neighborhoods, the sidewalks need help, the streetlights, and like it's the whole street. It's not just the street surface. So we got bigger picture too.
And it's also the utilities underneath the streets, right?
Right.
You
Yeah,
know.
some of these older neighborhoods have a lot of work that's
Yeah.
not even captured in this.
We have Michael and then Gary.
I just had a couple questions here. One is, are the slides in the packet slightly different?
Yes.
I-
Oh, sorry. I apologize. I updated the PowerPoint since I turned it in last week. Yep. I apologize.
If you could send out the new one,
I
that'd be
will do
great.
that. Be happy
There was
to.
some useful information up there that's not in here.
Be happy to.
And then when you do a full rebuild, are you hiring a contractor?
Yeah, we,
Yeah.
the only thing on here that we would do
Is
would
the-
be the crack seal.
That's what I was
And,
assuming.
and yeah,
Okay.
and even if we could hire that out, it would be better because of how much manpower it takes.
Right.
Carrie and then Pam.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Diane, for putting all this together. Very helpful. I like the long-range view. I joined council around the time that we started the Neighborhood Streets program, and I think I can speak for myself and certainly Mayor Stern and others who've been around for a while that it's good to see the progress we've made. I know we we focus on the problems a lot, but we're making consistent progress here. It's taken a while because we were behind and we have been playing catch up. But I'm thrilled, frankly, with the progress that's been made. I very much support the recommendations that you're bringing forward in terms of the plan for the next several years. I think the Old Town roads particularly, I think we continue to hear about that issue, and I won't go into any more detail about that in the interest of time, but I was glad to see those addressed, and I was glad to see the comprehensive view. And I'm glad to see, the data-based, if you will, scientific approach we're taking to this in terms of what the rankings are, and using the tools that we have available to us to help evaluate the current conditions of the roads. And I appreciate the fact that you bring this forward. And just so the public knows, I don't believe myself, well, I certainly can speak for myself. I have not been lobbying for any particular streets to be done, and I don't think my colleagues have. This is why we have Mike and Diane and the staff put this together based on the data. There's no politics involved. We're addressing the genuine needs of the community, and I'm fully supportive of moving forward. Thank you.
Great remarks. Thank you, Gary. Councilwoman Crowe.
What is the average age of the streets that are failing, that are really in poor condition and have failed?
That's hard to say, but probably around 40 years,
Okay,
30 years.
so in a question related to that, then are these streets that were like not city streets and were transitioned into city streets, and that's part of the challenge? Or do you know? Go ahead. Do you?
The color coded one? Yeah, I think so. One second.
And then a related question also in reference to the money that is there when you hire a contractor for some of the projects, is it being drawn out of that 1.6? It is.
Yes.
Okay, which makes sense. Just trying to make sure. So it's not like materials and labor, it's the contract also. Okay, got it. Thank you.
So in this spreadsheet I got going here, It kind of shows the age of the developments in town, the original construction, what the 2016 survey ranking was at the time, and then kind of what we're at 2026, the completed roads that we've done and the planned maintenance that we've done. So that if you kind of look at that, that'll kind of give you an idea on how the roads are.
So
Councilwoman Livedall.
Yeah, kind of along the lines of what Pam was asking, but when I looked at this ranking chart, I was like, huh, okay, some of the honestly newer developments are failed, but some old town streets are not yet failed. I was just curious, like, is
It's
that
just the way
because
it
of
was
the
built,
development
and, yeah.
standards? Is that where
And
that
yeah, the
comes
way
in?
it was, the way it was built and, the traffic that gets on them, a lot of the bigger developments, the newer developments actually have a lot more traffic on them than these old town streets, right? For the most part, the old town streets have the 10 neighbors that live on there kind of driving on it. Yeah, but some of the roads, when I was trying to figure out the original construction, I was going through and I was looking at finding the old plats, stuff like that. And some of them I couldn't find, so I just kind of had to guesstimate, especially down in Old Town. So I'd kind of go through and I'd pull up the houses and I'd see, okay, this house was built in 1936 or whatever. So, okay, they had to start getting roads to it at that point in time. So
Okay, thanks.
There's one interesting street in town, Poulsbo Place 1-2. That was the World War II housing that was put up quickly, but that road, I think they even had it to the specification of handling tanks or some such. That road is not as strong as a bunker, but it's not going anywhere, Mike.
pretty close. It's about a foot thick of concrete. It is, we've had to get in there and cut it into it and stuff. And it's thick. It is, and it's got a rough ride. It's got that, and I'm kind of kicking around the idea, looking at potentially maybe doing an overlay on that a few years down the road. We'll give everything a nice smooth ride through town, but that's down the road. There's a lot worse roads in town.
Anything else, Britt, from your end? Any further comment or question from the council?
If you got a couple of seconds, let me just show you guys Violytics for a second, because I think you'll enjoy that. I did here.
Is this something that we could access or only you can access?
Potentially, I might be able to give you a viewer status on it. I'm not sure. So this is our Violytics software. It gives us the whole town. We zoom in. So how we do this is we mount a camera in our car. It's on a cell phone that they provide. We've tried it on the hood mount, and the hood mount ends up fogging up a little bit. The camera fogs up, so we get better results when it's in the car. But it takes a picture every 10 feet. It's an AI generated condition survey on there, and for what we need, it's pretty close. It works really well. So the last time we did it, like I said, it raised our score up to 70. So the interesting thing is here. Let me show you. This was Poulsbo Gardens, Forest Rock, all that stuff. A couple of years ago when we first got Violytics, and so you can see a lot of the orange and reds and the road. We just did the project this last year up in that area. The PCI score. Yeah. So it's really, and having this to use, if we hired a consultant to come out and do it, number one, it'd be about $100,000 every time they came out to drive the roads. Number two, we'd have to wait and get on their schedule. I can do the roads 10 times a year if I want, so we can do it before a project and after a project and kind of see how it's progressing.
I seem to remember, Mike, when we kicked this off, we used Sea Alaska. Phil Strutt, I think, was with them, and we kind of makeshifted it, and how things have changed over the last 10 years.
Yes, that's great. I clicked back to the older version of it because I noticed today when I was doing some zooming in that there's a couple of glitches on some of the roads, so I need to send a report into the people. But the nice thing about this is, like I said, every 10 feet or so. So then you take, so it's like Google Earth on steroids, right? So it works really. I know there was a question that Mr. Gelder had on a sign downtown. And I said, well, let me see. So we drove, we had driven through it not long before that. And I said, well, this is what it says, right down there. So it's really kind of neat. Another neat thing about this, and we're just starting to learn what this program can do. And now with our new asset manager that we've hired, he's going to really dive into this and really help us out. But some of the things it can do, let's do. Yep. So I'll show you all our street signs in town. At least the ones that are MUTCD signs, but for the most part, it's got about probably 90% of them in there. It'll tell me how many stop signs we have in town. It tells us, their locations, and we're working on where this will get integrated in with our GIS mapping, and people can click on it and trying to get smart, right?
Wondering if you can map the lampposts down.
Are there any last questions for Mike or Diane on the neighborhood streets? Because we're going to transition into transportation benefit
Can this
district.
do the future road connection signs too?
I'm not sure if it shows those or not. I'll have to look.
I just want to say again, it would be fun to be able to access this outside of your time. So if that's an option.
Look into it.
Thank you, Mike and Diane. Excellent. And if any of you go to the celebration next Tuesday at noon, Mike has a big screen TV and can really get granular on this software and visual package. I've seen it. It's tremendous.
Yeah, happy to anybody that wants to come on over and play a little bit. Happy to do it.
Yeah.
So let's tee up the ball for the Finance Department, and Public Works will discuss current revenue and allocations from the Transportation Benefit District. That's the existing Transportation Benefit District, which is supported by the $20 car tab license fee and sales tax. We'll go over the revised codes Washington. This was established in mid-2022 to account for the city's new benefit district transportation for maintenance and neighborhood streets projects. And it was passed by ordinance, the $20. Street improvements are not usually eligible for grant funds, meaning all improvements are supported by local taxes and fees. So on that note, here comes Debbie, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, so Mike did a very good job of sharing what the TBD investment is covering in terms of neighborhood streets. And I'm here tonight to ask the council to consider increasing the tab fee by $20. It's within your authority. And we just want to revisit what the TBD is and what the options are that council has. Obviously, there's no decision tonight, but what I can tell you is I feel like our Public Works team and our engineering team are making very good investment with the monies that we have. It's been increased from about $150,000 a year to $460,000. And as you can see, we can spend every penny of that on the streets in the city. All of the information that Mike shared in terms of scrub seal, crack seal, and different chip seals, those need to happen about every 10 years, or they should. Once you start doing that to a roadway, it won't last forever. So the cycle of improvements that he's shown don't reach all the neighborhood streets in the city. And 10 to 15 years from each improvement, it's time to do it again. The other thing is we haven't been able to attack those streets that need to be rebuilt. As Mike shared, that's about $2 million a mile. It's very expensive. And so it's just, tonight is just about opening the door on what the TBD is and consideration of increasing that fund in the future. No decision. So I'll turn it over to Debbie. She did pass out a presentation, which is something that council has seen before. It's a combination of presentations from when we set up the TBD and when we've brought it to council previously, but it's worth revisiting that a little bit before we have a discussion.
Good evening. The request, I think, was to visit on some of the council was not here when the original TBD was established. And so going through some of the bigger points and not going back into the minutia of some of the legalities of it. So the purpose was to provide funding for transportation improvements, and primarily the council wanted to focus on neighborhood streets, safety, traffic improvements, sidewalk improvements, constructions, and also we allocated a portion of those funds to go to the operations of streets, which is the everyday cleaning, the chip sealing, some of those minor things that we were struggling to cover in the general fund, and so trying to maintain that level of service. So these funds are restricted and they will not compete with other governmental operations. It is strictly for the transportation program and are defined by the RCWs. So the legal authorization restrictions, so the RCWs allows the cities to form a transportation benefit district, which we did. They're an independent taxing district, and then what the law did is allowed us to integrate that. Instead of having a separate district, we were able to integrate that with the city's books. And so now it is a city regulated transportation district. And these districts, we are bringing in revenues through vehicle license fees as well as sales tax. You approved the $20 tab fee as well as the 0.1% of sales tax. And that really helped allocate funding to support our streets. So the types of funding that I'm actually echoing. The types of funding, the licensed tab fees, the $20 was a councilmanic, supposed to be manic, sorry. City of Poulsbo approximate revenue of, I kind of felt like I was in a concert for a minute. You're taking away my fun. Okay, jump forward. So it's a councilmanic fee. And originally we were estimated, the good news is originally we were estimated to bring in about $90,000 of revenue, and that came from Department of Licensing. And we've collected close to almost 200,000. So that is a great thing to help that funding. And again, those funds are restricted and will only be used for the roads. The legislative change in 2015 allowed for the
Sorry, 200,000 a year per year?
Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Nope, that's a great question. So the legislative change in 2015 allowed the fee to be increased to $40 for districts who had the $20 in effect for at least 24 months. And then once they were in effect for another 24 months, you could raise it as high as $50 by a councilmanic action. The $100, you can charge a maximum of a $100 fee, but it comes with voter approval, which needs to be renewed. Most common funding for the cities are the councilmanic actions. So if you go for a sales tax increase, a couple cities do this, not a lot. It does require a voter approval, and it's up to 0.2% with voter approval. And that was at the estimated city of Poulsbo about $550,000. This is good for 10 years, and then it must go for a vote again. And the minimal number of cities have implemented this, especially since they legislatively had made it a councilmanic action. I will also say is when this was passed, one of the considerations were we're applying for grants. And what the legislature felt is we're giving you these tools to provide funding for transportation. And if you're not going to use these tools, it might make your grants a little less desirable to allocate to the cities. So that was also a driver is let's use all of our resources that's available before we start asking for the state and federal money.
Councilman Eckert.
Yeah, is this in addition to the 1/10 that we're already collecting? This would be a voter to raise it above that?
This would supplement it. We would not be able to do both. And I can double check that, but it's my understanding we wouldn't do both.
Okay, so the 1/10, 1% we're doing now is councilmanic.
Right.
If we wanted to go up to 2%, then that would be voter.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, 2/10. And that 2/10 was originally when they established or allowing you to establish your TBDs. So the other types of funding is excess property tax. And again, this requires a voter approval. The downfall with this one is funding for 1 year. And it could be multiple years for voted debt, but most likely you're going to be going out every year for that voter approval. I don't think any cities have went for that property tax increase. Here's some of the advantages that we talked about it. The car tab fees, they're councilmanic, the ability for future increase, decrease with only council approval. The car tab fees is, the negative side is it is an additional fee for our citizens, and it only applies to citizens or residents who are registered vehicles in the city limits. A sales tax, you collect a larger revenue stream. It's a voter citizen acknowledgement if you go out for the voters for this approval. Again, the downfall is you would need voter approval. And if the voters say no, is you could, go against what they have called out and said they don't want to support. And it may not be sustainable because it has a 10-year expiration vote, and then it has a new vote that's required. The property tax is very specific funding. It does give you a larger limit, but it's a voter disapproval and approval, and it's limited to 1 year unless you were to go out and go basically for voted debt funding for this. So again, not many, if any, have done the property tax option of that. So the steps to add the additional $20 is it would stay within our current funding plan, the neighborhood streets, the pavement restoration and maintenance program. So this would help that program stay sustainable that Mike just presented to you. We would need to conduct a public hearing. This is a fee that's passed on to our citizens. So you would have a public hearing allowing the public to speak to this. The council has the approval additional $20 fee. And if you decided to go this way, we would work with the city attorney to establish an ordinance, who did that in the past with us. We would then have to, once it's adopted, we would notify the Department of Revenue. This was a little more challenging than we thought last time, but we notify them, and then it is 180 days after we notify them of this passage for them to implement the fee. So you have almost a 6-month window before you start collecting that, which is why we want to start talking about it now. And so that's the questions.
Council. Mr. Tabor.
Can you go back to the advantages, disadvantage slides? I would just like to add one note for my colleagues. This is also car tabs at the top, sales tax, property tax is the most regressive to least regressive. Flat fees are the most regressive because they hit someone who's making 20K a year, obviously much, much harder than someone 200K, versus sales tax, pretty regressive, property tax, least regressive. Just as a note as you're making these decisions.
Another comment. Mr.
I have a lot to say, so I was going to let everybody else go first.
And then one thing I didn't point out in the slideshow is it is an additional $20 fee, but I was absolutely floored when I heard what the city of Seattle are paying for tabs. So we are much less than some of our other county neighbors. I will say that.
The bright side of we deal with being such a dense, small city and getting denser. But one of the blessings is roads, because we're concentrating within that 4.5 to 5 square miles. We don't deal with sprawl. Mr. Newell, were you next? Councilman McVeigh, then Councilman Newell, and then Councilman Eckert.
All right, thank you, Mayor. A few thoughts on this, I guess. I'm open to talking about an increase of $20 in the car tab fee. I don't question whether the funds are needed. I know they are. But my only hesitation as I ponder this really is just an additional fee on top of a couple other revenue increases we've had in the last couple of years. I'm thinking of the B&O tax. I'm thinking of, we're now going to be charging for parking spaces in the Anderson Parkway lot. But just, it's, I just want to sort of take a holistic view of it as much as I can. And I'm not saying no by any means, please. I want to give this some more thought. But I do think it's needed. And Doug, I appreciate your comment. I guess I've always kind of viewed the car tabs as essentially it's a user fee on people who use our roads more. And if you don't have some user fees sometimes, then our other option is to spread those tax funds out and charge people who aren't using the roads as much as others. In fact, we may be charging certainly people who never use our roads because they don't drive or they walk or they bus or whatever. So in theory, and typically, I sort of tend to support some form of user fee if it charges people who use those services more than others. And so I'm inclined to favor it from that regard. So a lot for me to think about. I appreciate the presentation and I will give it some more thought, and we'll look forward to continuing the process and further discussion in public hearing.
Before I call on Councilman Newell, who's next, in tandem with Councilman McVeigh's remarks, Debbie, there was talk and some effort. A lot of our streets are now being used by outside delivery services without getting into specific names. That's one of the major users, especially, well, all the time. Where are efforts and on that score within the state, if anywhere? Or Diane?
I don't know of any specific efforts. I know that specifically we've talked about it when we're addressing the solid waste contract, because one of the heaviest hitters on our streets are our garbage trucks. As far as delivery services, if they do pay sales tax into the city when they're, I mean, that's one thing, is they're delivering goods into the city since it is a destination source sales tax, but specifically going to streets, I don't know of any specific efforts. I know many years, and you were a big advocate of it when they would go to lobby down there, is could we get a street utility? And I think that's I don't know if that will come up again, but I think it's kind of not went anywhere. So.
Thank you, Debbie. Councilman Newell.
Two thoughts now. One, just to address your comment, Mayor, people that deliver to our houses is because the people in those housing wants that material. And so my expectation or hope is that there's a road suitable to deliver packages to my house. That's part of what I think I'm paying for. And so I always hesitate when we try to fractionize various collections rates, because quite a few of these collections require a lot of administrative overhead. We've talked extensively to B&O. B&O has quite a big overhead, both for the people submitting it, but also internally. And so how do we make, if we do need to raise funds, make sure that whatever gets raised, most of it gets spent on the topic. So I would just kind of an overarching comment. I encourage my colleagues to not shy away from asking voters their opinions on what to do. If it is a good idea, then, we should be able to have a logical conversation with our community about why it makes sense. And if they say no, then that is feedback. And we shouldn't just notionally send that out. There might be a case in the future where we make a decision that we have to do a complete rebuild of X, Y, or Z. Our sidewalk network, our roads in a certain part, and we actually should go out for bond authority and get the authority to do that. So I don't think we should, I'm not ready at this standpoint to dismiss any one of the three tools. I think they all have specific purposes that make sense depending on what's going on.
Appreciate that, Councilman Newell. Mr. Eckert, you have the floor. Then,
Thank you. So my initial feeling to this, and let me just start. And I visited Diane the other day to make sure that she understood this, and Mike too. I don't see that. I absolutely agree that there's a need, and I think the money that we've dedicated to this has been used absolutely amazingly in the best possible way. And I know any future money will continue to be used to benefit our citizens. So I want to get money to this fund. That said, increasing transportation fees, or tab, specifically the tab, is targeting our residents. And it's those things where we keep coming back to increases and changes like Gary mentioned, where we're hitting our residents. So as Doug mentioned, you talk about regressive going down, the middle one being sales tax, and it gets into deliveries and these other things. Sales tax involves a lot more than just those that live in the city limits. So one thing I would like to do is expand this conversation before we commit to any one path and include a conversation about the public safety sales tax increase under HB 2015. And the reason I want to do that is right now, the transportation sales, TBD 1/10 to 1%, we're not using it entirely in one way. We're using it partially for maintenance operations and partially to neighborhood streets. And then you add the car tabs into that. If we were to add, and then we have, in general fund is supplementing all this that I'm talking about. Public with the police department, general fund is paying for a lot. If we were to collect the sales tax for public safety, that would be a dedicated source of funding to the police department. We could then, and this may sound like a shell game, but there's a point. Then we are able to dedicate the 1/10 to 1% from the TBD entirely to the streets, because we are taking $600,000 out of the general fund that's currently supporting the police that then handles the operations and maintenance of streets, not the repair. We can set, where we have the resurfacing fund, we can also start a replacement fund and start putting money in, because as you saw, 26 million to repair the streets right now that are failed. $200,000 more by doubling the car tabs. We're never going to get to $26 million. And it seems, we say it's $20, but it's $20 on top of the $20 on top of what the state charges. So for some folks, that's a significant amount of increase. Plus, that's assuming they have one car. Now, I know a lot of times we say, oh, well, look, if you're lower AMI, you don't have cars. Well, yes, they do, because we're still a car society. And in some cases, these are folks who run businesses that rely on those vehicles. So they might have 2, 3, 4. They might have 2 cars, 2 trucks, and several trailers. This is $20 on each one of those to those folks. So I would like to see us look at it in a way that we can, again, folks come into our city, they spend money, they use our roads to do it, deliveries come in, sales tax captures much more of that than a tab. We're also actively putting in policy initiatives, encouraging folks to get out of their cars and to go multimodal and to walk and ride buses and use bikes, which means the future increases on a tab, that delta is not going to grow that much as our residents increase. But we know we're going to have 1,000 units of residents come online here in the next, 18 to 24 months. Those folks are all going to buy stuff, which is sales tax. So the sales tax investment now gets to when Mike's going to run out of money on the current fund. I think it's a more stable, forethought way to do this than the car tax.
Can I ask you a clarifying question, Rick? Is the public safety sales tax is also councilmanic?
Yes. And what I did is I used the low end estimates. Our 1/10 to 1% generally raised 600,000 plus. The car tabs was 200,000. If we're putting half of the 1/10 to 1% from the TBD to the roads, the other half is going to maintenance. Right now we came out to like 500,000, but Mike's slide said 400, so 600,000. If we doubled the car tabs, that puts us at 800,000. But if we added the police sales tax, which is a dedicated funding stream to police, which then isn't messed with for other uses, that's 600,000 more. So again, and it'll grow. And we can always then also look at some of the other things that are in this. I know the mayor's talked about wanting to raise the exemption limit on B&O again to balance some of what else we've done. We haven't dedicated the use of the funds from the cameras that we put in. Those can go to streets and police support. So we could talk about that. We could take a percentage of the camera revenue and put that towards streets, because that is a legitimate use of it. Something that's buried in that RCW is that after 4 years of the cameras being in operation, we have to start giving the state 25% of that revenue to a fund that nobody seems to know what that fund does. So if we went with a percentage of the revenue off the cameras to streets, it at least puts it away for the future. So like I said, just things I want to think about. I don't want to just go straight to tabs. but I do want
Appreciate
to
your
give my
thought. That
indictment.
was a lot of thought, Rick. Thank you. This is the batting order. Councilman Fitzpatrick, then Councilman Tabor, then Councilman McVeigh.
So I'm kind of all over the place on this. I think with respect to Doug Tabor's comments about the regressiveness, I think I'm more on Gary's side of this because the people who are complaining about the streets are the people who live on them and drive on them. And so the value of a use fee is it's sort of tying the people who want the benefit to the cost of providing the benefit. But the concern I have, and this is where I think I'm with Rick, is I just don't see it raising the revenue that's needed. I mean, I'm sort of hesitant to have too many more revenue streams here in the near future because we're squeezing at all levels of government our citizens from every side right now. When fuel is $6 a gallon, personally, I don't think the voters are going to go for any of these. I mean, families don't want more cost burden. So I sort of had the feeling if we're going to do something, we should do something once that is sufficient. And then my appetite for looking for further revenue streams is probably going to be dried up for a little while. So I think if we're going to take Mike's numbers serious, we should look at which of these is going to do the best to meet the need, make it clear why we're doing that, and then call it good for a day. So I like the use fee, but I'm worried that it's not going to meet the need. And if not, we should figure out what does.
Councilman Tabor.
Kind of to double down on Gary and Rick's point, I think we need to look at the, Newell's points. I think we need to look at this holistically in terms of new revenue, new expenditures. And is there a need by date on a lot of this? Like we get presented often. Mike's, I kind of had 2032 on the presentation. And then the public safety sales tax, is there like a need by date or a gateway on that? And I think understanding those gateways to when we need to make these decisions by is critical. And then taking all into consideration, I mean, you went down a list of potential things that are going to ease off the general fund. And, 200K, 300K, 600K, and those all add up. And then if we have a date, like let's say it's 2030, we can say, okay, by 2028, we're going to know how the revenue is looking for the general fund, and we're going to be able to make a more informed decision on this. So I think it's really knowing when we need to make these decisions by, and then setting a date before then to gather as much information to make that decision around revenue and expenditure, and when we're hitting these these dates that we're going to need to make these decisions by. And the only thing with the car fee being a use fee is that yeah, it only hits residents. It doesn't hit everyone using our streets. And Seattle does do it by weight, which is interesting. Just another thing to look into.
Councilman McVeigh.
Thank you, Mayor. I would be supportive of combining this discussion with the public safety sales tax increase. Let me ask Administrator Gelder or Clerk Fernandez, is that issue on an upcoming agenda soon at this point? Anybody know?
It is not scheduled at this point.
Okay. I would encourage us to get that on the docket and have that conversation. I think that would be helpful to look at this again a little bit more holistically and what our options are and which we might want to pursue or not. Thank you.
Councilwoman Crowe.
You probably have presented this before, but refresh my memory. Was there a comparable cities study done as to this is the size of the city, this is what they implemented out of the options? And then also, I do like to look at things as a whole as well. Utilities have gone up. We moving forward with parking. And there are just competing factors. So with the comparable cities, do they have paid parking? Did their utilities go up? So just some of those things to look at. And then also the best solution moving forward. I also have concerns about the use of and reference to card tab for the residents to carry the weight of something that everyone is using to a degree. So that's just a few questions I have in comment.
Any other comment, Mr. Eckert?
I just, oh, yeah.
I thought Britt.
Oh,
Nope.
no, I was just gonna add that there is a workload for Chief Harding, his department to implement HB 2015. So he was included when I asked, I sent this to a lot of folks on the staff and Rob to say, am I completely off base? Let me know. And so part of that was there is workload. There is a lot of things. I think the chief of police that was the closest to getting this actually in place at the last EWC conference said their binder was about this thick of what they had to do. But a lot of it's just codifying policies that they already have in the way that the state wants them. So I did put that to him of understanding there's a workload. So that's part of the conversation. The other thing is if we implement the sales tax, then we can apply for the grant, and the grant can go towards additional support to H3, full-time emergency manager, additional police. The grant can be used for other things with the hope that sales tax grows into supporting those grants in the future. So if nothing else, it can take some grant relief off of H3. So, but we have to do the sales tax in order to apply for the grant. So that's just another factor.
Debbie?
I just wanted to add is I believe that we are bringing this forward now, and Diane is here with me as well, and she can correct me. But this is a councilmanic action. It's a tool that we've been given to increase these funds. And I think it was a little shocking to go through Mike's presentation in neighborhood streets. So we're not going to be able to all of a sudden put a car tab fee in 28 and then have the money available to do those improvements of that 26 million. So the hope was to use our tools to kind of build those funds to maybe take a little niche out of what those future costs will be. And Diane can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that was our intent of bringing forward the tools we have and how can we build those funds to keep our streets safe.
Any other comment from council? Diane, anything you want to add?
Great discussion. What I hear that you've asked for is a more holistic look at the whole suite of opportunities, and we'll have to go in and talk with our city administrator about how we approach that, because that's a pretty big piece of work. What we did bring forward was what we're accomplishing with the money that we have, and a mechanism that is actually fairly straightforward to implement. And so from my perspective, or the Public Works perspective, that's the reason why I was bold enough to say that we would like you to consider that one method, because it is pretty straightforward. And I can bring forward a list of projects that far exceeds anything we could possibly ever fund that are absolutely necessary for the city. I would easily be able to provide projects for a bigger funding package or a bond package if council seriously wanted to consider that. I will say that if it's hard to implement a $20 increase in tab fees, it might be much harder to do something much bigger than that. So before I put a lot of effort into it, I definitely want to sit down with Debbie and with Rob and talk about it and come up with some other ideas for you guys. The discussion was excellent.
Not seeing any more discussion from council. I just want to add one note and direct it at City Administrator Gelder. I appreciate the idea, and I think the word was a holistic view. Rather than picking this off one by one, you brought up public safety. We talked about the sales tax for funding streets versus the tab fees. I'd like to put one more item on the table at that point, and I think the public would appreciate if we're talking about increasing revenues, one tax rollback we could discuss that was referenced here tonight. We took the threshold for small business having to report and pay on B&O from 20,000 to 125,000. I would like to see it go to 250 and really clear the deck of our small mom and pop stores and wait for them to grow bigger and be healthier, and then pick it up through the sales tax and other avenues. And I think the public would enjoy hearing that we're taking a balanced approach. I'm, again, echoing that term, a holistic view. So that's one I want to put on the table. Any other comment?
I want to add that the B&O tax may not be taxed to your citizens, a tax to the businesses that are operating in the city.
Right.
So does that really affect the $20 fee? and that's a council choice, obviously open for all the discussion, but I do want to point out that we're talking about really two basic groups
Yeah,
of
kind
people.
of two different circles, but I would like, when Deb brought us the last time when we talked about the VNO exemption, one of the things you had that I thought was helpful was, if we raised the exemption this much, this is how many businesses round off it would affect and how much revenue it would affect. I think that would be useful for that conversation to know that.
Appreciate it. Not seeing any other comment. We are moving on to Knoll Road, it should say, middle segment project grant acceptance. And Josh from engineering will staff that conversation.
Yeah, good evening. For the Knoll Road grant acceptance, I don't have a presentation ready, but just wanted to go over it as we are nearing the end of our design stage for the project and nearing advertising for construction. And so we typically, when we receive these grants, we typically wait until we get close to the end of design and we get closer to construction to formally accept them. And so that's what we're here tonight to do, or at least to talk about, and then hopefully get it on a consent agenda at our next council meeting. So with that, we did receive a TAP grant, federal funds of just over $1 million for the Knoll Road project. And this is to fund the next phase of construction, which is between Hostmark and Messford. And like I said, we're right at the 90% design right now. And the formal grant acceptance and signature by the mayor will come when we actually obligate the funds. And we are looking to obligate the funds this summer, and that will allow us then to move forward with construction advertisement and plan for construction in the beginning of 2027. So with that, I don't really have any more information to share on the grant unless you've got some specific questions.
Just a quick comment and then Councilman Tabor. Some of you are aware I'm leading an ad hoc multimodal focused on safe routes bicycles, and that involves the major bicycle organizations in the state and locally. We've been writing the town looking at potential routes that could be well marked. The route from the roundabout pedestrian bicycle wildlife tunnel all the way up now, and then on Knoll Road, that middle segment is the one alligator in that linkage. Then back to Languinet, which connects with Lincoln and that beautiful multimodal pedestrian bicycle path, right? So receiving high remarks and praise from state organizations concerned with multimodal, but that middle Knoll Road alligator referring to the condition of that street, Josh.
Yes, and so that we will be looking at that with this project, exactly. And so the TAP funding, Transportation Alternative Program, is related to multimodal projects, and that's really why we are awarded it, was because it's to build that missing last piece of the shared use path.
Mr. Tabor, you indicated a remark? No remark. Anyone else on Josh's presentation, Knoll Road? Not seeing any. Thank you, Josh.
Great.
We are moving on to this.
Consent for next week.
Oh,
No, it is, Mr. Gelder was asking about consent or business.
Yeah.
We were saying consent.
Consent, it is. We're on to the 6-year transportation improvement plan.
But Mayor, I was just going to suggest maybe we take a 5-minute break. We've already lost a couple council members.
They're not running for office again?
They could be running right now.
Why don't we take they're running back. We'll take a 5-minute break and reconvene shortly after 6:30.
I mean, there's not a lot of people that go by that area. Well, there is not. We're all going to do it. He got complaints for everything, sitting there flying up on your windshield, he gets it. So he's the one. Yeah. But for instance, they have all the drivers, California, state at the speed of law to complain a lot. They, here they know we don't have very much money. All right. So waiting for that. Doug Noel's gonna get a vehicle monitor. I remember a new council with Daniel, how do we speed up and speed? I thought it was, 2.5 meetings in, he's like, oh, I don't know how to do it. Am I retarding the process?
We're reconvening the Poulsbo City Council workshop for May 13th. We're on item number E, which is the 6-year Transportation Improvement Plan Review. And again, Josh Raines from Engineering will lead us.
All right, welcome back and thank you for the break. So we're here to talk about our 6-year tip as we are required to do every year. So right now we are looking at 2027 to 2032. So this is a required process by RCW, and only the projects that we place on the tip are eligible to receive federal and grant or state funding. And so part of the process then is to go from here to a public hearing and resolution adoption that we're looking forward to in the first week of June. So our method of ranking, I didn't put the score sheet that we've done in the engineering department in the presentation, but we use safety, preservation, traffic impacts, connectivity, complete streets improvement elements, and council priority factor. And so what I would like to do after this is, since we'll be coming back in June to actually have the public hearing and adoption, is I'd like to send out a ranking to council sometime in the next couple of days. Yes, Mayor.
Quick question, Josh. I'll be with the State Public Works Board all day tomorrow into late Friday afternoon, but in time for Viking Fifth. One of the criteria we're looking to add to our ranking of public works revolving loan is shovel ready. Because these days, the ability of the federal government and even the state government to claw back money so that you make an award and then the money's sitting still in reserve, and the governing bodies look at that very jealously. Has there been any thought about adding shovel ready or not applicable?
No, it definitely is applicable, and it definitely goes into the decision making, and it's also somewhat tied to council priority as well, because you'll see in the list we have a couple projects that are at the top, and that's because they are, not quite shovel ready, but they're in process. So we've already received some funding, and so they have to be that we can't put them at the bottom of the priority list. We're already moving. Train's gone from the station, so to speak. So shovel ready is somewhat tied to it informally. So as I was mentioning, I do want to send a poll out to council to just let you guys weigh in on all the projects that we have on the list and rank them in your priority. And then what we'll do then is come back and we'll plug that into our spreadsheet that we have and look and see how it aligns. But I did my best bet or guess at what we believe those priorities are from what we've heard in the discussions that we've had. And so that's where the current ranking is. And this is how it lays out. But after we get your kind of ranking, then we'll relook at this and see if we want to change it when we come back to you guys in June. So we have 18 projects listed on here, and a couple of these projects are not super well-defined projects necessarily, like they're citywide projects, for example, the complete streets. And really what that is it allows us to define it a little bit loosely, that such if a grant comes up that we feel is very fit or applicable to a certain complete street project that's identified in our complete streets plan, then we would utilize this project as basically that project to go after that grant. So I won't go down all the list there, but I will show a map here in just a minute. Total estimated cost is $41.8 million. The changes from last year is we added the Sound to Olympics Trail Connectors raise grant that we have onto the project here. And then we removed the Knoll Road projects that have been on this forever. So the reason we removed it is because we're starting construction or obligating all of our last pieces of it in 2026. So they fall off in 2027.
Gary.
Thank you, Mayor. Josh, as I looked at the advanced packet of materials and looking at your list here, one road that I did not see mentioned that I just want to raise, and that is Fourth Avenue. Particularly between Hostmark and Iverson. It's not in very good shape. It's I think, a really important route. Not sure if we classify it, I can't remember if we classify that as a neighborhood collector or not, but it's a very common way that people travel to avoid downtown. And I think we want to encourage them to avoid downtown unless they're going down to shop or whatever. And so I'm just kind of wondering, has that been on the TIP before? Is it something that we've considered and just didn't sort of meet the rise to the occasion, so to speak, rise to the need level? Can you talk about that particular section of Fourth a little bit?
Yeah, I need to confirm, and Michael probably would know better than I do right off the top of his head, but I need to confirm if that's actually a classified street or if that's considered a neighborhood street.
I don't,
Staff table, Michael?
yeah.
I think it's a neighborhood street. I don't think it's a classified.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
But it might be a neighborhood collector, you know.
Yeah, I don't believe it's on the state classified network, so it's not eligible for federal grant funding and state grant funding at this point. It's been a while since we have revisited our classified street network, and that's, something that's been on our radar. And I would say that street has been on our radar in engineering for a long time. Andre and before him, John Stevenson, myself, Josh, we look at that street and we think about, okay, what could we do to develop a project there? And it's not that we haven't been thinking about it. It hasn't gotten to the project development stage yet, but it is absolutely on our radar. It's going to be a challenging street. There's very limited right of way. The houses are built right up to the edge.
So it would need to be addressed through the Neighborhood Streets Program, not the TIP. Is that correct?
That would probably be one of the best applications.
Okay.
Right,
Okay.
yeah.
One of the things, let me chime in real quick on that. One of the things for that road, it's going to need a full rebuild on it. That sidewalk in a lot of it is only about 2 inches high, right? Because it's been overlaid so many times or whatever, however they did it, it's very short. So you're gonna have to grind that road out just to be able to get the thing to do it. You're looking at, it's about a half a mile of road. So you're looking at easily $1 million plus.
Yeah.
It's drainage improvements plus everything else. So.
Councilman Newell.
Yeah, just looking through here, and Josh, you and I had a conversation before. We have a lot of traffic from Gateway down Hostmark to Front Street, both vehicular, but this time of year, a tremendous amount of pedestrian. This weekend, I saw pedestrians in the roadway because the sidewalk was clogged. And so that is one of our heaviest sections. As we define Hostmark overlay that says ADA, complete streets is 8. I still believe that should be one of our highest, because as we push people to park away from downtown, that is you can't say it, but I can. That is a dangerous block and a half or 2 blocks to come down that hill. And whatever we can do to improve the safety in that, whether it's part of the overlay or there's something else going on, I would appreciate it being specifically in here in words to fix that, because it's not currently that I can find.
Councilman Eckert.
Yeah, just back to Gary's point, I think I think when we talk about 8th and what we're going to do with whether we close it off, to read it off, that would be kind of natural to get into that section of 4th. But also that's because you were talking the other side of the street now, that's part of that whole wonky, not 4-way, but the one that people think is. And I would wonder, Gateway's a school. So if, safe streets, safe routes to schools comes into play now, because,
Yeah, as we look at future safe routes to school projects, that area would qualify with the school being there.
Yeah,
that's correct.
Just to note for the record, Gateway schools, I believe, are moving off premise.
I'm just thinking of that area, and it's pretty much business on one side, school and church on the other at this point. And we're already looking at the end of it, the Hostmark, not the Hostmark side, but to the Hostmark side, one of our identified projects in the complete streets of our big project list was from Hostmark to Front Street.
I understand. What I asked for is specifically to have it listed, because we have a generic bucket in here today of complete streets, which includes stuff across the city. I'm just saying that's a specific thing that I would appreciate being highlighted as sidewalks are necessary in there. Thank you.
Well, and that's what I was going to ask Josh too. The other document in this where it's the actual WASDOT project list is how tight are we to the descriptions in here? Like how specific do you have to get? And then how close do we have to be to those descriptions as we go forward? Because like Doug's saying, we have complete streets, we have a whole separate document that lists them out with detail, but if it's not in here, is that not eligible? Or, like what's the connection between this document and other work we've done, I guess?
Yeah, so the complete streets, as it's written right now, with the way that we have it written, would qualify for any of our complete streets projects that we've identified in the complete streets plan. Like we could pursue any of those projects under this overarching project. So we try not to be too specific, because once we get too specific, we do get tied to those parameters of,
Yeah.
project limits or project features or things like that. Then we get tied to it.
And I appreciate that. And for somebody that walks on Messford Avenue quite a bit, occasionally I'll see somebody else walking there, but also on Hostmark, because the Messford Avenue improvement talks about sidewalks. All I'm asking is, can we talk about sidewalks on Hostmark? Because those sidewalks are about as busy as any I see outside of downtown. That's my only ask.
And just to confirm on what I'm hearing, so for Hostmark, what you're looking really to do is to widen or add sidewalk to the other side.
I'm not saying the engineering solution. What I'm saying is that I'd like to see it as on our list as a priority, because I see it as a challenge to walk from Gateway, the farmer's market on the weekend downtown. There is a lot of traffic on a very narrow sidewalk. And if we're looking at these things,
Sure. Yeah.
We've identified it on other streets that we
Yeah.
need to address sidewalks. I'm just asking that we can identify the sidewalks, however it gets, the
Mhm.
solution is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
Josh, I have a question for you.
Sure.
On the question of safe routes, multimodal, especially in light of our upcoming paid parking and trying to encourage non-vehicular access to the downtown, all of that. It's kind of scattered up in pieces on item number 18, Sandu Olympics connectors. And then you can jump up to somewhat ADA improvements because multimodal. And then you can jump up to complete streets, that component. And then you can jump up to 8th Avenue safety and mobility. Is there a way to group those? Can we draw from all of them? Because there's a connection between those, and that's coming up soon and would encourage non-vehicular use of the downtown, right? Conceivably.
That's correct. I mean, we would ideally group as many projects as we could for just cost effectiveness or, grant funding eligibility. As we've seen in the past, when we pursue some of these larger projects like that, getting the amount of funding that's required is challenging, and we end up having to bring in a lot of different funding sources, and it takes quite a bit of planning, but it's definitely doable. And the grouping of how they lie on the list necessarily doesn't change whether or not we can pursue. Just because Hostmark overlay is number 7 doesn't mean we can't pursue a grant for number 16 first or something like that. So
It's not unconnected to Councilman Newell's remarks on the sidewalks, which is pedestrian. All of that is non-vehicular access, and we need to be encouraging that with the programs we're unrolling right now.
yeah, agreed.
Yeah, I pulled up the project list. We have from 305 to Fjord broken into 3 projects, totals about 270, or not 270, 2.7 million. And it's sidewalks, right of way acquisition, striping, pedestrian crossings. So we've got a pretty detailed in there. It just like we have with Viking. Well, I'm saying we have Viking, which is also on this list. If we pulled,
Yeah.
right, if we pulled a compilation of what's in this,
Right.
like we did with Viking, pull that off and add it as a project, I think that takes the work we've already done. You don't have to do
Yeah.
a whole lot more, and adds it to this list
Yep.
without locking
We
us
could
in too
definitely add it
much.
to the list, and we would pull from our complete streets plan.
Yeah, I'm just look at it. We got a pretty detailed set of projects here already. I think that meets
I'm not asking for new projects, Rick. I'm asking for it to be highlighted in here so I can vote on it. Because I see that as one of the critical areas in our city right now because of what's going on with downtown. That's all I'm asking for is what you pointed out is true, but it's not here for me to be able to identify what it is. Postmark overlay on its own does not state that.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Very good.
Gary.
Mayor, I'm just wondering if we should allow Josh to finish his presentation and then we could pepper him with additional questions. Just might be.
I'm here all night.
Well,
Yeah.
but we have Nicole who wants to be here
Yeah.
all night and some other people on the agenda.
No, thank you.
Everybody's here all night.
That sound agreeable?
Yeah, I'm almost done. This is just to highlight the project locations that are on that list. So nothing really new necessarily here. I did highlight in the top right of the map, just our citywide projects that are not specifically identifiable to one location.
Oh, there we go.
I think we've exhausted ourselves of questions.
There's the punchline.
This is where we can say, we have no questions. We're very efficient. Josh, thank you very much.
Yes.
And we're moving on now to Charlie Roberts on water conservation.
What's that? No, sorry.
So Josh, as you're walking away, so when should council expect to receive a poll to get that additional input?
Yeah, my goal is to get that out to you by the end of the week. Yes. Thank you, Council.
Good evening, Council. Rachel and I are excited to talk about water conservation with you. Maybe you'll be interested in hearing about it, hopefully. Okay. We'll go through them quickly, they're interesting. I guess before we get started, good news, you guys are all aware that our Lincoln 2 was getting some maintenance done for the last couple of months. As of Monday, it's back in service and operating well. So very good news.
Well, that's great.
It is. Yeah. Try not to make too many jokes like that. So yeah, water conservation. Living in the Pacific Northwest, I think we're all are very aware that water is a precious resource, and just some facts for the city of Poulsbo for our water usage. We use about 1.2 million gallons of water as on an average day. And during our peak time, which is the middle of summer when it's nice and hot, it goes up to about 2.5 million gallons per day. Looking at this is going to focus mostly on conserving water through irrigation practices. And we've kind of gone through, done some deeper dive into our data and looked at some of our top consumers for the last year and come to some really interesting conclusions. But the good news, before we get into the detailed, there's a significant amount of water that we can save with some pretty modest reductions and behavior changes that aren't super noticeable and are easy to implement. Water conservation is something that everyone can participate in, and irrigation is one of the easiest things that we can do to significantly reduce our water usage. So kind of the outline for what we're talking about tonight. Some of our goals that we set in our water comprehensive plan, the progress we've made, what's going on at a local and regional level. Excuse me. Then diving into the trends that we took away and talk about some implementation strategies and next steps. So in our water comprehensive plan, we set water use efficiency goals, and sorry guys, I don't know. the city's made great progress in reducing our water conservation in the past 20 years or so. In the early 2000s, our distribution leakage out of our system was about 15% of the water we produced was lost to leakage. Today, that's down to about less than 5%. So huge savings there. General consumption was about 190 gallons per day per ERU in the early 2000s. And we've got that down to about 160 today, which is good. So we made really good progress over the last 25 years, but there's still more progress to be made. The goals we set in our water system plan, reduce general consumption by 5% and reduce irrigation by 10%. And substantial savings as a result of this. This allows us to meet our, stay within our existing water right over the 20-year planning period. So I did put some pauses for questions in here for discussion. And if there's none, we can keep going.
Be careful what you wish for, Charlie.
Well, ask me some hard questions. I'm ready for it.
We just don't want to be draining.
Yeah, okay.
No, so the reduction in consumption, that goes hand in hand with population growth. So it's actually doubly impressive because we're growing, which obviously requires more water, and we're reducing consumption in the last, what was it, 10 years? 20 years?
Yeah, 25 years or
How
so.
much does population growth moving forward affect our goals of trying to reduce consumption?
Yeah, no, good question. So right now, the city of Poulsbo, our water right is about 1,893 acre feet per year. So if acre feet is how you talk about water coming out of the ground. It's assume an acre 1 foot deep, and that's how much water you're able to pull out of there. Don't have the conversion into gallons for you, but it's quite a bit. And we went through our water system plan and projected that out for the 20-year planning period around like 2041, 2042-ish is when we start to exceed our water right annually. If we don't make any changes and we continue to grow as projected. So with the reduction shown here, we actually stay within our water right, save about a little bit over 100 acre feet per year. I think it's about, I don't want to say that off the top of my head, I think that's right. I think it's about 36 million gallons per year is a little bit over 100 acre feet. And that allows us to stay within our water right and grow at the same time.
Just quick clarification, water right is kind of our carrying capacity for water consumption?
Yeah, it's issued by the Department of Ecology, and they issue a instantaneous withdrawal rate for each source as well as a annual withdrawal capacity. And so we have to meet both of those. They want us to maximize our capacities, and it can be difficult to get additional water rights. And it's going to get more challenging in the future to get additional water rights. So using what we got is definitely necessary.
Rick.
Yeah, I was going to ask who issues that. You say it's difficult to get more right, but since we are mandated under GMA to absorb growth, is that number tied to our growth rates under GMA in any way? Or is it just grow and somehow also meet your water limits at the same time?
So you start out the water right acquisition. Basically, you hire someone who's very specialized in acquiring water rights, and you start probably 15, 20 years before you need that right. You do a lot of groundwater modeling analysis, and we are with Geosyntec, our hydrogeologist. We just initiated a kind of the first step in our long range water right study. So she's assessing our current portfolio, and she'll make some recommendations with our current rights, which exist as a form of outright water rights, permits for future water rights, and certificates. I'm not an expert in it by far, but it is possible that you can get more water rights, but it's also possible that we won't be able to mitigate for the water rights that we need.
So with respect to Rick's remark, and it's been over 10 years, our interlocal agreement with the Kitsap Public Utility District is our backstop.
Yes.
growth in addition to hand in hand with conservation. Overview on that, Rachel or Charlie? KPUD, were you looking at re-entering into discussion with them?
Yeah, definitely. We've had a couple of preliminary discussions with them. Right now, we have an agreement, interlocal agreement for emergency water source for firefighting purposes or in an emergency situation. I think the conversation we would have with them is either acquiring a portion of their water right or wheeling water through them. And so we purchase water wholesale through them and use it in our system. Haven't taken it beyond some initial conversations, but we are connected to their system and that is an option.
Yeah, I was just thinking, when we're operating under one mandate that's tied to another mandate, you would think they would be tied together in some way that, as one grows, the other would have a mechanism for growth. Obviously, that's not true.
You're
That's
baiting me, Rick. In critical areas, the state says we shall maintain public access to the shoreline. On the other hand, it says we can't maintain the growth of vegetation. The alders take
Yeah.
over, the bushes come in. That's the end of public access. Councilman Newell.
Yeah, my understanding, the big reason we do a comprehensive plan that looks out 20 years is to understand the impact of residents, retail, industry in our community, and in conjunction with that, plan all the infrastructure that's required to enable that, to include having a long-range plan for water. And I think that's the intent from the state, is to force us to plan ahead, but not to tell us how to do that. And so, yes, there is a GMA, but part of that is there is a long-range water plan. Correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
So just some kind of, why are we focusing on irrigation now? What's going on? Across the United States, this is the drought monitor as of the middle of last month. United States is facing, drought condition and, as of April. Looking closer to Washington State, this is the snowpack map of this last winter from the Department of Ecology. And as of a few weeks ago, Department of Ecology did declare a statewide drought emergency, or emergency drought declaration. We don't rely on snowpack for our water, but a lot of the state relies on water, and the snowpack is kind of across the board less than half of what it typically is, which is concerning. This is the fourth year in a row that either part or all of the state is under a drought declaration, and 7 of the last 10 years have seen droughts in parts of the state or all of the state. What's interesting about this last year, the water year runs from October to October. So October 2025 to February 2026, the state saw 100% normal precipitation, but only about 50% of the snowpack. So it rained the right amount. We got the right amount of precipitation, but it wasn't in snowpack, which is really critical for feeding those other parts of the state that rely on that snow melt throughout the year. As of, this is getting a little bit more local in Kitsap County. The blue line is actually North Kitsap, and the other lines are Central, Bremerton, Bainbridge Island. But this is our average precipitation. We typically are between 30 and 40 inches. And as of October of last year through today, we're at about 28 inches. So pretty normal rainfall for where we're at in the year, tracking, pretty much on track with where we would expect to be. Just something else that's interesting, Kitsap County tracks the land surface temperature, and they have this map here. You can really show the kind of urban heat island effect. More urban areas, more dense areas are hotter relative to other areas.
Charlie, we always knew Poulsbo was a cool place, and this proves it.
Not as cool as some other places in Kitsap County, apparently. And then this is another one. This is extreme heat days in Kitsap County per year, and the general trend is more extreme heat days. The extreme heat days here are based on, I think it's a 30-year rolling average, or it's some metric, but it's basically any day that is above 87 degrees. So we're seeing, in the last 10 years, significantly more per year. It all adds up to longer, hotter, warmer summers. That takes us to the city of Poulsbo. This is our monthly water consumption by customer class. for a year. And so multifamily and commercial are the orange and the light blue lines here. And these are customer class based on the actual meter. So this is metered consumption for each of these customer classes. It's kind of interesting. Multifamily and commercial don't change that much month to month. And I think a large reason is most multifamily and commercial sites have dedicated irrigation meters. Single family is the darker blue line. You kind of see pretty typical usage in the winter months. And then it peaks in the summer. And that's as a result of a lot of single family watering their yards and doing other things. So if we look at this, the summer, July, August, September is really where the system peaks. So this is estimated, but about 55 million gallons plus or minus a couple million gallons of irrigation water, compared to kind of the water we use for domestic usage throughout the rest of the year, which is about 300 million gallons. And this peak period here is where we're using a lot of water and the system really gets strained. Significant strain on our wells and our sources. And that's where doing some irrigation conservation reduction can reduce that strain significantly. So looking at our average day, kind of a simplified schematic here, you assume we have about 3 million gallons of water available in the city in our water tanks. About a third of that water is reserved for fire suppression storage, fire flow. So it's really important to maintain that volume in the event there is a fire emergency so that it's available for use. The rest of the tank is used for equalizing storage and operational demand, and it also allows for some buffering where your sources can't keep up with your peak periods. So that's the intention of having water tanks. Looking at our wells, our pump capacity is a little bit over 2,200 gallons per minute, and our average day demand is about 850. So in this, on the average day, there's no issue in the supply keeping up with the demand. So that's good news. What starts to strain our system is called the peak hour, and that's the hot day during the summer when everyone's using a lot of water all at one time. And so the peak hour, it's a calculated number based on a number of metrics that are outlined by the Department of Health, but it's all based on data that we pull from our system and doing our analysis. But this is where we see the demand greatly outpacing the ability of our wells to keep supply up. And what we've seen is the peak hour turns into a peak day, which turns into a peak week. And so during that long, hot, dry stretch, our tanks get depleted, and they don't have the ability to come back and fill back up again. And so that's where it really places the strain on our system. Some things that we can do to kind of mitigate that a little bit is implement some conservation measures, try to reduce the peak hour demand, voluntary or mandatory compliance or, mandatory measures, but it is offset by population growth. As we grow, that peak hour demand grows proportional to population. So there's only there's only some things that we can do. Kind of high level summary, drought conditions, it's going to be a long, hot summer. I think water demand across the state is going to be a topic of concern. We want to kind of focus on implementing some strategies and actions to proactively conserve water now so that when we get to the summer, we're in a good place to address that before it becomes an emergency for us. So I'd pause there for any, before moving on to the next section.
Councilwoman Livedall.
Well, I don't know, because I don't know what you might get to with your suggestions, so I don't want to derail this, but do you know if there's any code restrictions on irrigation or sprinklers for certain parts of the day?
Yes. So our sprinkler code was written in 1982, and it is a little bit out of date. It basically requires sprinkler irrigation be limited to 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., which is the worst time for sprinklers to be, because that's kind of our peak period for people getting ready for work, people using water in the morning.
Well, it's also frustrating to see sprinklers, especially in a commercial environment, going off at 2, 3, 4 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
When it's hot and that water's doing
Yeah.
very little anyway.
Yeah.
So I mean, I that's interesting what you're saying,
Yeah.
but I think that's definitely something we should revisit.
Yeah, and it is. I think one of the other things, if you have an automatic sprinkler system, you can set it for overnight. And if you set it for overnight, it's using water when the demand is very, very low, allows the, sources to recharge. And so there's, one of the things that we're proposing is some code changes related to that.
Councilman McVeigh.
Thank you, Mayor. Charlie, I think just answered my question. I was going to ask him, what would we recommend to people who do have sprinkler systems and when it should be operational and how long it should run for, if there's any sort of basic rule of thumb guidance?
Yeah, I think we can get to that. So I'm going to turn it over to Rachel. We kept this next part anonymous, but we did look at the irrigation data from some of our top consumers for 2025. And there were some really interesting takeaways. We looked pretty closely at the data.
Right. So staff performed an irrigation meter audit of our use from last year. And we did this because first we wanted to know and characterize what does irrigation use in the state of Poulsbo look like right now? And then we also wanted to answer the question of if we're going to come up with potential avenues and suggestions, recommendations for conservation, we want to have that data back up that we're going to be able to make a difference with that. So we'll go a little bit more into the various things that we did, but we reviewed monthly consumption, landscaping, irrigation area on site, and planting plans. We'll go into also what our findings are, but some of our bigger picture ones is first that irrigation use is not correlated with total landscaped area. So we have a lot of consumers who irrigate far more than what you would expect or what is necessary to keep their plantings healthy and alive. Likewise, we have a few of our higher users that when you look at the area that they're landscaping, their usage per square foot is actually reasonable. And then the other thing that we found is that our monthly irrigation bill is pretty inexpensive when it comes to like other costs for a commercial site. So for a lot of these higher users, it's not really rising up to the top as something that is an issue. If your bill is only, a few $100s at the peak month, they pay it and they're maybe not realizing that they're using so much more water than they actually need to be. So the first thing that we looked at is irrigation use in landscaped area. So we wanted to answer the question, are we requiring the right type of plantings? So we looked at landscaping plans of sites with high and low or no irrigation use. And then we did some aerial in-person assessments as well to see like, how are the plants doing at these places? And what we found is that the city of Poulsbo actually does an excellent job of making sure that we plant either native and or drought tolerant species at a lot of our developments, especially commercial sites. So these are species that once they're well established, they should require very little or in some cases no irrigation. But as we did follow-ups and looking at some of these sites, we're finding a disconnect between what's in the landscaping plan and how it should be treated accordingly with irrigation and what's actually happening on site. And we'll go through a couple of those larger comparisons for the sites. So the first one that we have is site 2, about 32,000 square foot of landscaping, and they do not have an irrigation system. So their 2025 usage is 0. We have a site that is a third of that size, similar plants. We estimated that their need would be about 125,000 gallons if they wanted to irrigate. That's what they would need for their planting types and climate. However, last year they used over half a million gallons of water. We found another compare site. These are 2 fast food restaurants with very similar size landscaping, very similar landscaping plans, all call out for irrigation friendly, low watering plantings. One of them does not have an irrigation system and its plantings look fine on that site 2. The first one uses about 1 million gallons of water to irrigate 13,000 square feet. And then the last example that we found here is for a smaller site. So these are two sites that are about 5,000 square feet. Site 2 doesn't use any kind of irrigation system, whereas site 1, the calculated need would be about 55,000 gallons. However, last year they used about 245 inches per square foot, which is like rainforest conditions, or, about 680,000 gallons for about a little under 5,000 square feet.
Rachel, I just want to make sure I'm clear. Are you saying that the only difference here in between these is the types of plants that they have selected? Is that correct?
And some of these, they have somewhat different plantings. The previous example here, when we looked at the landscaping plans between these two fast food restaurants, they both call out low water, native drought resistant planting. So I don't know the exact makeup, but both of these were designed in mind for them to be low water. So the next thing that we did is that we did a little bit of a deeper dive into our top users. So we did an estimated irrigation demand. And what that is that we took into account the size of the landscaping that they're irrigating, what kind of landscaping they have, because lawn and turf needs more. And then we also considered the age of landscaping as well, because before something is established, it does require a bit more watering. And so we took those sites and we looked at how much they're actually irrigating versus their estimated demand. And what we found for the majority of these sites is that they're using a lot more irrigation water than what they need. There are a few higher consumption sites that when you take in consideration the whole picture, they're actually irrigating, a whole lot of square footage or a lot of lawn or turf, which requires more water, and their usage is, more reasonable. But for a lot of these sites, they're using way more than they actually need to be. And for a lot of these, even just like a 30 to 50% reduction in the peak month would get them to what they would need to be using for the year. So a few kind of overarching conclusions of our staff audit, our irrigation audit here is that overall we're installing appropriate landscaping. We do a lot of native and drought tolerant species planting. And we have high water consumers that use a lot of water to irrigate a small amount of landscaping. If those large users reduced their irrigation patterns, we could save a lot of water. What we also found out is that a lot of our irrigating in the city of Poulsbo is we're using a bit more than we need to once things are established. And so we found out that if we also have everybody promote conservation, we can save a significant amount of water and our plantings will largely look the same. And before I pause here for questions, this is a new slide that we put in because we have a case study where we're showing exactly that. And that's actually one of our projects. So this is North Viking. We did this project in 2008 and we have a landscaping strip here. So for the first 10 years or so, we're using almost 400,000 gallons a year to irrigate here. And then in 2021, our public works staff looked at the plantings and said, these are really well-established plants. They should be able to do just fine now because we selected the right plants for the site. And so we decided to kind of see what happens if we don't irrigate and have the option to do it if we want to, but it's just to see what happens. And we haven't irrigated at the site since. So for the past 5 years, we've not used any irrigation water there and the plantings are healthy and maintained there. And we have that available, the irrigation system to us if we need to. But even when we have these high peak demand days, we haven't needed to use it at the site. All right. Happy to take any
Rachel.
questions before we move on to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have Councilman Tabor and then Councilman Newell.
So, my parents live in California and on their water bill, instead of anonymizing, it's very like shame oriented. It's like, here's a graph of water users. Here's you bad water. Anyway, it's really useful because you guys anonymized it. I think we just put them up there, and then another one is HOA policies and stuff like that, and they have to follow city ordinances, but I think that'd be useful. I did like go and turn my water off because the HOA kept having the landscapers turn it on in the middle of the day, and I would have to reprogram that stupid thing like once every few months, and they would fight me with it, and it'd be a battle. So I think, yeah, like, I'm sure you're going to talk more about outreach and stuff like that, but I
No,
think
that's great. Those are helpful comments. So, yeah.
Councilman Newell.
Yeah, I guess just following along, since you said there's 5 sites and 24 sites, just using the numbers here, does the city have outreach to these individuals, to these businesses, and say, hey, you know, you could save some money and help us?
Well, that's part of the strategy that we're going to get into the next section here.
But you haven't already.
Our public works department has in the past.
Okay.
I know, like, for
That's
example.
fine.
Oh,
Just
okay,
was wondering. You identified, you know where these places are.
Yeah. Well, and part of it's getting the code in line too. Some of the sites our public works guys have fought to get leaky irrigation systems fixed because our code doesn't require it and doesn't allow it to be shut off or anything like that. So.
Councilman
anyway.
Eckert.
Yes, I see you already have outreach and education as one of your strategies. And I'm just wondering if some of these sites are just like they irrigated heavy to get them established because that's what they were told they needed to do. And they just never change course. So like the city, you all figured out like we can change course now. If some of these sites just are still under this impression because they don't know any better, that the watering they had to do in the first couple of years is the watering. And so I don't know if that's something you're planning to include in the outreach or, you know, hey, guess what? You're good now. You can start tapering off, but because I can imagine they're not even thinking about it.
Yeah.
Oh, Councilman Tabor.
I just, I looked up Violytics when you were presenting and I saw that they do leak detection and stuff like that. Do you utilize Violytics? Because the public works already using Violytics, so maybe you guys could look into it.
I don't know. I haven't heard of that.
They have, yeah, like utility monitoring and leak detection software. So if we're already subscribing to, maybe we can look into it.
Yeah.
You know, ultimately, Charlie, it seems like dynamic pricing so that it's a discount at night and a premium during the day. Now, I know that's telemetry and we're into a whole new world.
So yeah, getting into outreach and education, good comments, everyone. Thank you. Appreciate that. So kind of what we're thinking of doing is increasing our general outreach to everyone about conserving water and the importance, and then providing some tips for irrigation, including recommendations to adjust irrigation hours as a general rule. Aligns with our proposed code amendments to adjust those hours, and so bringing attention to that to the general public. And then the direct outreach that you were talking about to the specific users. I think one of the things that if you pay a utility bill every month, you don't really pay attention to how much water you're using. But if you get a letter in the mail saying, hey, here's a summary of all the water you used last year, and here's how much we think you needed to use, can you reduce your irrigation by 50%? I think that might have an impact for some people, because I think it does fly under the radar. They hire a landscaper to landscape their site. The irrigation gets set and the bill is what it is. If you don't pay attention to it or it doesn't get brought to your attention, it's not going to get addressed.
So I actually have a question for Diane or Debbie, both. If we were terribly successful with a conservation program, what would be the impact on our averaging of sewer rate structuring? Because that's our baseline.
Charlie can answer that question.
Yeah. So our rate structure is complicated. We know this. The sewer rate is based on an average of the winter water rate. So water you pay for whatever water you use year round. Whatever comes through your meter, you pay for that. The sewer looks at your winter average water usage and uses that to project forward, so that we're taking the portion of the water that's going onto the ground out of the portion that you'd be charged for sewer. I'm not sure if that makes sense or not. Irrigation water, you pay 100% of whatever comes through your irrigation meter. And I think the other part of it is if you have an automatic irrigation setup, it's not that hard to reduce it by 50%. If it goes on for 2 hours, 3 days a week, you set it to 1 hour, 3 days a week. It's a quick adjustment. and you've just saved yourself 50% of your bill every month. To some people that matters, to some people it doesn't. And that's, that's a choice. We did look at our existing municipal code. I'm not going to get into this super detailed tonight, but our landscaping code is in really, really good shape. Our code already requires drought tolerant native plantings for landscape plans as associated with developments, including HOAs. It encourages xeriscaping. And so it's we identified a few minimal code revisions to chapter 18-130, but overall nothing too significant there. If we get into the discussion about adjusting utility rates, we would obviously adjust our utility rate code section. Right now, irrigation water costs the same amount as all of our other water. So everyone pays the same. And there's there's a little bit of logic to that. It's costs the same amount to pull that water out of the ground regardless of where it's being used. But it is a tool. A lot of places do implement like tiered pricing structure for utility rates to financially incentivize conservation. And then, as I mentioned, 1312 is our sprinkler regulations. It was last updated in 1982 and hasn't been touched since then. Kind of funny, but if you irrigate incorrectly, you can pay a $100 fine or go to jail for 30 days. Yeah. That's harsh.
Well, that's actually where the term OFTA was invented.
Yeah.
Yeah, if nothing alone, our jail costs are way higher than that, so we need to adjust that. Because we'll send you to jail, and then it'll cost us $500.
And then we give them bread and water, right?
Yeah. So anyway, we're talking about kind of changing behavior at sites, and I think single family residential people want to conserve water in their own home. Education and outreach is great to drive voluntary behavior changes. Say single family residential is not, they're contributing to the irrigation, but it's not a main driver. It's kind of the irrigation systems that commercial, multifamily, and the larger sites that are big contributors. And so then we'd also be looking at some code amendments to drive both voluntary and mandatory changes. As I mentioned, one of the things that our Public Works Department has talked about that would be very useful is some code to require irrigation systems to be fixed or either get fined or have Public Works lock off the irrigation meter until it is fixed. So like some of the big box stores, you tell them you got an irrigation, leaky irrigation system, they're not going to do anything. So, but if you shut off their meter and they can't irrigate and our code allows for that, you will get action. And then the last thing is a potential rate increase. Discuss the idea of that specific to irrigation water to try and incentivize action and strengthen behavior change. It's kind of, if they're not going to take action voluntarily, you can consider the financial incentive to do that. So,
Any last questions from council? Mr. Tabor? Yeah. No, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
I mean, we do get confused, but I just, if we're gonna do the rate increases, I've learned both from myself and from my neighbors that if rates change, but there's not an explicit explanation tying the change to behavior, the behavior may not change. They just think it's the city screwing them.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it's much more important that whatever we do is tied to something in their bill or in their mailbox that is explaining this is happening to you because this behavior.
Yeah, and I guess furthering the rate increase would be specific to irrigation water. And one way to think about it is we need water for domestic and fire purposes at a base level. Irrigation, not 100% necessary. And so you set that as a premium product and you charge a premium for that. Would be one theory to look at.
Britt?
Yeah, so clarification, when you're talking about a rate increase possibly just on irrigation, are we talking about irrigation across the board or irrigation where there's like for commercial and developments on a larger scale or just wherever there's an irrigation meter?
Yeah, if you have a specific dedicated irrigation meter. So if you have a domestic water meter and you irrigate off of that, your rate is what your rate is. But if you have a dedicated irrigation meter,
Like if I have a thing in my yard where I
well,
can pull
you,
that up.
if you pay 2 utility bills.
Oh, no, I don't.
So yeah. So commercial
So-
sites would have one utility bill for
Got
a
it.
meter for domestic water, and they'd have a second one for irrigation meter.
Okay.
I think we have maybe, I want to say like 20 or 25 single family irrigation meters in the city of Poulsbo.
Limited. I'm
So it's a
not-
pretty small number.
Thank you.
So if the domestic households are just on 1 meter, what, besides education, what can we do?
Can I make a suggestion? I've said this before, and I will always take any opportunity to say it again. But for people who are still attached to their grass lawn, I don't love grass lawns, but my husband felt like he would be bereft without some. The compromise was a blend of grass seed and clover, and that's amazingly drought tolerant. So we do have irrigation systems that we put in, but we use it so little with that kind of lawn. And it's not necessarily the easiest mix to come by, but we sourced it and it's probably one of the better decisions that we made. So I highly recommend people to seek out the clover
So
lawns.
you're suggesting that as a landscaping item?
Absolutely. If you need grass, which, I think there's so many situations where we don't need grass, but if and it's not necessarily a great commercial option because it doesn't stand up to wear and tear as well. But for residential or lesser used, more ornamental spaces, it works.
Great input, Brent. Rick?
Yeah, well, if you happen to be the recipient of one of our springs on hills, you don't have to worry about this because you got to carry water away. That's my neighborhood. But I was just saying, I would lean towards the outreach and code amendments first before we look at rate increases. Just reference back to the earlier conversations we had. Because I imagine, yeah, if we only have 20 residences with separate meters, those are probably pretty big properties. They're not going to be too worried about the rate increase, and they're probably not going to change their behavior because of it.
Yeah.
And then the commercial side, if a lot of the commercial has the system, the smaller businesses are going to be hurt more by this rate increase than the bigger ones. The bigger ones, like you said, they're just going to keep doing. I think the code adjustments are more likely to change behavior than rate. So for me, I'd rather start there than looking at rate increases.
Noting it's 7:30 and the main item is yet to hit the table. Any other quick feedback for Charlie and Rachel on option A, option B, or a hybrid?
Yeah.
I'm hearing A.
Yeah.
A.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah, but just one last question.
Okay.
So what's the enforcement look like for these code changes? I mean, I just,
Voted.
No, I'd
I
say.
told Gary I wouldn't say it, but you started it. That would be a code enforcement officer.
Yeah, and our public works department is out in the field, like they read meters and they check things, and they notice a lot of stuff and they bring a lot of it to attention. And so having the code to back up and identify, an issue and then saying, hey, here's our code that says you have to fix this leaky irrigation meter.
so I was asking less about the actual physical enforcement and just more, what are the penalties? Like if somebody knocks on a door and says, this is what the law says, and they say, well, I'm not doing that, then what?
Well, I think that's where I'd have to turn to our city attorney, and I think it would be the way I see it as a financial, like civil fine, civil infraction. But that's, again, I rely on the city attorney to kind of put that together.
Doug, and then we'll try to wrap this up.
Great presentation. Thank you.
Yeah.
So
It's
I'm
my
hearing
favorite-
consensus
my favorite
around
slide.
option A at this point in time. And proceed as a business item or consent item.
Yeah, I mean, we'll put some code changes together and bring it forward, probably to another workshop and share the specifics.
Kind of fine tune.
Yeah.
Thank you, Charlie
Thank
and
you.
Rachel.
Thank you,
And
guys.
I would ask the council to resume their seats and fasten their seatbelts because it's time for impact fees. And we're going to have Nicole up here and possibly supported by Heather. If you need some water or some chips or refreshment, now's the time to grab it because This is a heavy lift. Good evening, Heather, and thank
Good
you,
evening.
Nicole. We appreciate your patience very much.
Thank you, Council, for your attention this evening, and Mayor. I want to bring forth three things of significance before Nicole brings her deep dive forward to you all. The first of which is this is an item that's been on our future agendas for about 3 years. Council's been anxious to bring this item forward, and we are happy to bring it to you this evening. We've been waiting, of course, for the adoption of our comp plan. We've been working to seek the implementation of the new RCW, and we knew this was going to be a hard discussion. So we've been wanting to make sure that it was grounded in the Housing Affordability Workshop Series. Secondly, I wanted to notice that this project has been managed by Nicole Coleman. This has been an incredible stretch assignment for her that she's managed brilliantly. Not only has she had to manage me, but she's also had to work very closely with Michael Bateman from Transportation. Of course, our Parks Director, Jeff Ozmek.
That was a mixed compliment.
And Chief Gillard, who's been extremely patient. It's been on our work item and it's been on Chief Gillard's work item for 3 years. And I've been very impressed with the level of knowledge that he's gained on this topic and how persistent and patient he's been to bring this forward to you all tonight. And then lastly, I just want to speak to, of course, the elephant in the room is that the park impact fees are projected to increase significantly. We are looking at a complete elimination of our school impact fees. We are looking at a slight decrease in our transportation impact fees. And we are looking at a new nominal fire fee and, of course, a significant park impact fee. I do want to say it is less than where we started. We were looking at a $13,000 cost per unit, and Nicole and I worked really hard with Jeff to look at ways that we could reduce that. And we looked at that in 4 ways that Nicole will emphasize, but I just want to bring to your attention before we settle into our deep conversation. One was an additional contribution from the general fund from our council. That's something that hasn't been increased over the years, and we propose a nominal increase. Secondly is accounting for the grants that we've been very successful, and Jeff has been very ambitious and diligent at achieving, as has our Public Works Director. Thirdly is the donations that we've received. We live in a community that has been very generous to our Parks Department, and we acknowledge that and deducted slightly for those assumed contributions. And then lastly, one thing that we factored in that we've never factored in before are the private parks that are being built that are being utilized by many of our new residents in our community that are provided and required to be provided through our subdivision and our planned residential development code. So I just wanted to bring that forward to you all as you see in the packet, and we'll discuss. We're looking at a phased approach for your consideration. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Nicole. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather, for the introduction. And I will be joined up here by various special guest speakers as we move along through the presentation. So I'm going to start with an overview of a little bit of what I quickly went through a month ago. It was at a rapid speed, but I sent along the presentation and I hope you got caught up on a more glacial pace. And then we'll get into the details of parks, transportation, and then fire. And each of those individual departments will join me and present. But as Heather said, it's been a couple years in the making that we've been working towards this, and also a big learning challenge for me. So I hope I have all the answers to your questions. So we're going to do a recap, what's changing with our impact fees, our new rate studies, and how impact fees apply. We'll need some council direction for where to go from here, and then we'll look at next steps. You received in your agenda packet a memo which had links to everything you could possibly think of, I think. I just wanted to make sure you had all the information at a link, a quick access to. So please let me know if for some reason that didn't work out and you didn't get all the information ahead of time. We also have a website set up for this project. If you go to the Planning and Economic Development website on the right-hand side, the quick links under comprehensive planning, there's a 2026 impact fee update webpage that has everything, including this presentation, which I have updated slightly, and I'll update it on the website tomorrow. And then the memos and anything that we have moving forward. So a quick recap from April 15th. What are impact fees? They are a legally structured funding tool under the RCW. So they are a one-time fee on new development. So new, it could be residential development or for transportation, it includes commercial and industrial as well. And then that's what's being proposed for fire as well. It funds infrastructure needed to serve that new growth with the mentality of growth pays for growth. So those new units provide a need for more park space or more park amenities. Therefore, they pay a fee to provide that, or the same with traffic. They are required to be proportionate to the project that is being proposed. They're based on adopted plans. So they have to be based on our capital facilities plan, and that includes the level of service within that capital facilities plan. And we'll get into a little bit of each of those when we get to the individual rate studies. And then again, they are required to be supported by a technical rate study that shows how we did the math, basically. How do we get to the fee that we are proposing? That is what the rate study does. So what can impact fees do and not do? They can fund transportation systems, parks and recreation facilities, and fire protection facilities. The fourth one is schools. But as I mentioned previously, the North Kitsap School District has not requested impact fees because they have not seen a growth in their enrollment. So it has to be tied to growth in the schools based on growth of our city. So we are here to talk about the other three: transportation, parks, and fire. What it cannot fund existing deficiencies. So if there is an existing park deficiency, you can't use impact fees to upgrade that park deficiency. It has to be what is the need with new growth. There's a little bit of a gray area in there, but generally that's the rule. It cannot fund operations and maintenance. So for transportation, you guys had a conversation earlier about road maintenance of our neighborhood streets. It's not something that can be funded under park impact fees because that's considered maintenance, not based on growth. And then it can't fund anything not listed in our capital facilities plan. So you also looked at the 6-year TIP earlier, I believe, right? And so those are the projects based on growth that can be funded with the transportation impact fee. So the capital facilities plan is a key part of this process. And then it has to fund system improvements in either of those categories: transportation, fire, or parks, tied to growth specifically. So what's changing in 2026? We have updated rate studies that reflect the growth through 2044 based on our updated comprehensive plan that we adopted in June of 2025, which provided new population allocations for the first time since 2006. So that was a major change. And so therefore an impact fee update is needed in order to be consistent with our growth. It has to, updated rate studies also reflect updated project cost. You'll see specifically for parks that the cost of constructing or purchasing property has grown significantly since the last time we looked at this. And it also has to meet new state requirements. So in 2023, the state legislature passed a proportionality requirement. So you'll see, and I'll get into that a little bit more, that smaller units should cost less and larger units should cost more. That's ultimately what they were getting at. So it's a way of incentivizing smaller units, which is what a lot of our community has requested anyways. So you'll see an introduction of the fire impact fees, which would be a new program, and the chief will go into that in more detail. I do not claim to understand much of that, but it's impressive, the work. We have updated parks and transportation rate studies, and then we have some policy discussions for you related to phasing, potential exemptions, deferrals, which came up during our, and we'll not get into that too much, but that's another topic that came up. I think this is, sorry, my presentation. Okay, so what is required to have an impact fee program? So these are all of the requirements per the state law. So you are required to have an adopted level of service. So what is the service that the service for that particular system? And we have those adopted in our capital facilities plan. which is chapter 13 of our comprehensive plan. And then we have adopted project list, and those are also in our capital facilities plan, and they get updated. Like the TIP, for example, gets updated yearly, and then that gets incorporated in the comprehensive plan. You're required to have a rate study, and so we have updated and then a new rate study for fire, and then you're required to have an adopting ordinance. And so we have PMC 3.86 for transportation and 3.84 for parks, and those would need to be amended with this update. And then if the fire impact fee were to be adopted, it would be adopted under a new ordinance. So I'm going to have Jeff come join me up here to answer. So the park impact fee is a joint effort with the Parks Department and the Planning Department. It has been for as long as I know. Go ahead.
A quick question on the new ordinance, and this might be a Rhiannon question, but is that one that would be a delayed implementation, or would that go into effect right away?
It would be a decision for this council to have an effective date, and you can choose which.
Okay, I'm not saying, but RCW wouldn't impose a delay on that one. I know some of ours do. When we put in new work code, there's a mandatory delay.
Yeah, I don't know the details of that, so yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, not entirely sure. So yeah, so the parks, the PROS plan, the Parks Recreation Open Space Plan, and the park impact fees, and the work has been a joint effort since 2011 when the park impact fees were first adopted, and continues to be a joint effort. So Jeff and I will both present on the parks impact fees. So the park impact fee was originally adopted in 2011 under ordinance 2011-15. Again, it's been codified in the PMC under 3.84. As required, it's based on the comprehensive plan and the capital facilities plan. The current rate is $1,316.33 per residential unit, no matter the type of that residential unit. And the fee has not been updated in depth. It's been updated per CPI every year and for just general inflation, but it hasn't had a complete overhaul since it was initially adopted in 2011.
I had a quick note for Council Nicole. Having been there, that was in the financial recession, 2011. I want to remind you of the context. And Council looked very carefully at trying to contain impact at that financially tender moment. We took a lot of look at school fields and the percentage of use we could allocate to that in order to meet level of service. So there were concerted efforts to try to keep that reasonable, is the word I'd use. And I want you to remember that was the financial recession.
Yes, there was a lot happening in 2011. So, and another reason is that, as I mentioned previously, that the city of Poulsbo didn't have a new population allocation until this last comprehensive plan update. So we were planning for the same number of population for 20 years. And so now that we have the new allocation, there's a need to redo the methodology and the numbers and a lot has changed in the last several years, especially. So again, park impact fees must be used for publicly owned parks, open space, and recreation facilities that are addressed by capital facilities plan element of a comprehensive plan, which we have. They're based on a cost per capita approach, tying fees to the demand new residents place on the park system specifically. And then, so we have an adopted level of service in our capital facilities plan. And that is up on the screen for you. And that has been our level of service for a number of years. It was reevaluated in 2021 with the PROS plan update. And then it was included in the 2025 comprehensive plan update. So it was readopted as part of that process. So that level of service is been adopted in our comprehensive plan. So this rate study is based on what that level of service adopted level of service is. The next update to the PROS plan is due in 2028 with desires to get that going in 2027. And Jeff can talk more about that if that is of needed. And then, yeah, so that is our park impact fee background.
And I'll just add that Nicole mentioned it, the level of service has remained consistent through the last two iterations of the PROS plan for quite some time. And That is assessed by the Parks and Recreation Commission, then brought to council for that. And we did, just for curiosity's sake, took a look at, hey, what's the national average? What's the average for our Northwest area? Pros plans can be, it's not pros plans, level of service can be highly subjective. The national average and the jurisdictions under 20,000, the number they provide, the quantitative number of acres of parks per 1,000 is a starting point, because ultimately it's what the community values in where they move here for a reason. What's the quality of life? And it can range anywhere from, down to 7 acres up to 22 is what NRPA is saying. But some local jurisdictions are high as 30 or 50. It all depends on what that community really appreciates.
Councilman Newell has a question.
So I was going to save this, but since Jeff, you teed this up, this was my specific question point, the park level service. So I'm all for parks. I think one of the great things about living in Kitsap County is the variety of parks that we have, from state parks to a tremendous amount of open space in our county parks to, the local neighborhood parks here. When I looked at the park impact fee, it seems to be driven by that level of service. The 13.73, I think part of what, when we drive through that, in 2021, we had 12 acres per person. We desired to get to 13. Just looking at the numbers here. And so that was a 14% increase that we put into the plan to get to. So my sense is now we're not at the 13.7. Because in 21, it said we were at 12. We've added people since 21. We really haven't gotten a whole lot more land yet. We added 2 acres up at the perk.
But a little bit more, but yes, at the perk.
So my question is, what is our current inventory per 1,000?
That's the one I said you said me earlier, right? Okay, that's great question. If you'll just provide me a moment, that question came up earlier from a council member that we looked up that data to provide it. So give me just a moment to find that number.
Yeah.
You teed it up. You said 13.7.
CPF 18 is
Well,
what you said.
13.73 is our adopted level of service. It's what we have adopted as our goal for a level of service per 1,000.
Yeah, but because all the future calculations are all based on that number,
Yes,
that seems to be the starting number that we're working from.
it is. It's a number that's been adopted. So yes, it is our number that we have adopted as our level of service.
Didn't we have some additional parkland added through some DNR donated some land to us? We had some swaps going on within recent years. So, I mean, we've added to our acreage, correct? Beyond just the land at the perk, the 2 acres.
So
or
just to
whatever.
clarify, what I think Councilmember Newell is looking at is the pros plan.
Yes.
Okay, so that's,
Yes, because that's what was cited.
yeah, so that's the
And-
2021
This-
pros plan.
This document cites, this document got me back to this.
Yes, the 2021 pros plan. The 2025 comprehensive plan update amended that, and that's in our capital facilities plan, which is what Jeff and I discussed earlier. So those numbers from the pros plan have been updated since then. The pros plan and the comp plan are off cycle. They have been historically. And so the pros plan was its moment in time in 2021 when it was adopted. Those numbers have since been updated in the capital facilities plan. So.
I'm going to just jump in and see if I can add one more thing and may
Can you
answer.
pull that chart up? That might be helpful.
Not from here, from this computer. Let me answer the question. I could take a look at that if that's all right. I'm a very good unitasker. I'm a terrible multitasker. So for the question, it's a twofold question. One is there's an adopted level of service that Nicole said, that's the 13.6 acres. And that has been consistent since the last 2 pros updates. So over 12 years, it's been for the same level of service that's been brought to council. Now, the question I believe Councilmember Newell has asked, please correct me if I'm wrong, is with the comprehensive plan update and the new property that was added as council adopted that comp plan, where is our current level of service based on park inventory? And that question came up. Councilmember Eckert asked that to Nicole, Rob, and I, and Heather. And looking at our
exhibit for the comprehensive plan that tells us our existing acres for neighborhood, community, regional parks, open space, and trails. The total acreage is a little under 150 that we currently have. And if we divide, and a rough math, if you will, please. If we take a look at that, we have roughly, I hope my math's right, 11.15 acres of parkland that doesn't include the trails per 1,000 residents. So 11.5 per 1,000, and our adopted level of service that has not changed is 13.6. Does that answer your question?
It does, because I think that's kind of where I'll be struggling with the math when we come back to this, is that we're not at our adopted level.
Mhm.
We're planning to add people and we end up with all these calculations to get us to, we need to go buy 30 acres or something. But we're not there today. And so is it growth related, or is this desire to be associated to get us, i.e., if we added nobody, how do we get from 11 acres, which you just told me, to 13.7?
So we would have to increase our park acreage to get to that.
Right. We would have to buy it.
Yes.
That's our desire to buy it. And what I couldn't ferret out is what's truly growth related versus the fact that we're not there at our standard of service yet.
So what I did,
I don't want to go else. That was my question. Some point next week or so. Dive in that. I agree. This is a big number for parks. Just try not to make sure we're.
so the table that Jeff just referenced, I was able to bring up, and this is here. And so what our 2024 existing level of service is 13.53. Our desired level of service is 13.73. So there's that gap that we're trying to meet. And that's the 2024, but we also look ahead to the 2024 population allocation. So this is our existing in 2024. And then we look ahead to what we need for 2044, which is over here on the right. So yeah, and that's in our capital facilities plan, which was adopted in June.
Yeah, and the genesis of my question was just sort of the statement that goes above the acreage number there, where that the Parks and Rec Commission consider modifications but decided to keep it. And so I was sort of asking kind of, well, where are we at? And what was their thinking methodology to, if they haven't changed it in previous years and they decided this year not to change it, what led them to these numbers? What made the decision be that 2 acres for a neighborhood park per 1,000 is the right number, 3.5 for a community park, just sort of what, we came to a decision that these were the right numbers in the past. What led us to believe these are the right numbers still, especially when we, like Heather mentioned at the beginning, we've taken into account things like things we didn't count before. So that was what I asked the question originally, and Jeff gave me that chart because I couldn't find it.
And I'll pipe in. I wasn't here for the earlier pros plan, but I have read it a bunch, and same with the one before that as well. And what's great to see, and this is just helpful, I'm just going to give you a very high level snapshot. It's based on what the community wants. Ultimately, council represents what the community wants, and the Park and Rec Commission is tasked in figuring this out through community surveys and input and a variety of different mechanisms. And over the last 2 pros plans, 6 years and 6 years, what the community has wanted is more open space and more community parks. And this last iteration of the pros plan for this 21 to 27 is almost about 50% of where they want. Now, the level of service is determined by, or you have a starting point, so you kind of see how you fit with other jurisdictions, but it's determined with what the community wants. They move here, they pay taxes for a reason, they want to maintain that level. So if no other parks are developed, just a different twist on your question, Councilmember Newell, and you have 6,000 more, 5,000 to 6,000 more folks from 13,000, 5,000 more people moving here in 20 years, and there's no additional parks, that's going to decrease the level of service, the quality of life, if you will. As for the numbers, that went through the methodology of the pros plan, which we're going to revisit next year.
Yeah, and I just will add that since I've been here 10 years, every single survey I've seen go out, whether it be through parks or planning or maybe even other departments, the number one priority that I see come back in those surveys is more parks, better parks, more parks. So it's something that continues to come around as a community need, community desire. So
final quote, and then we'll keep it moving. And I did pull a quote from the latest PROS plan. That is the survey data, and it said many voice their this is just providing information, so council has just information. Voice concern over the increase in development will lead to less open space for recreation, and therefore a need to secure more open space as a priority. So again, half of them want more open space, and the other half want more community parks, more city parks for development, and especially equity and accessibility. So they're within walking distance from where they live, and they're accessible for all ages and abilities.
Great. So I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but this is a summary of the rate study for the park impact fee and the methodology that is used to get to our final park impact fee. But I'll walk you through a little bit more in detail. But what we're looking at is what's driving the cost of park impact fees. We're looking at 1,977 new housing units, and that's the allocation that was provided to us by the state through PSRC and then through KRCC. So that is our housing units that we are planning for 2044. What that equals is a net new park need of 25.96 acres based on our adopted level of service. And that adopted level of service, reminder, was reevaluated in 2025 when we adopted our comprehensive plan. There is an acreage reduction for the North Kitsap School District property still. There's a percentage assuming usage by our parks and rec facilities. It's not huge, but it assumes a usage. And then there's also a reduction for open space for the SR 305 mitigation property, which will someday be under our ownership. Someday. But it is geared for that. And then something new this year is a 15% adjustment for private neighborhood parks and open space. So as Heather mentioned, our planned residential developments, which is most of our new neighborhoods that are getting built. So you look at Mountain Air, Blue Heron is an example. The one being built, Calavista Calavista as well. The one being built over on Viking Plateau. Those are all planned residential developments. And so one of the trade-offs of allowing smaller lot sizes in PRDs is that they provide parks and open space within the neighborhood. And so that does provide a need for that neighborhood. And so there was a discussion about, well, that should reduce the overall need citywide. But again, they're private neighborhood parks and open space and are only available to those who live in those neighborhoods. Some neighborhoods are a little more open about that, others are not. So, but we just wanted to be clear that those are providing a need on a smaller scale.
And there was a robust discussion with the Parks and Rec Commission on that because the privatization of those, they're private parks, but it does reduce the burden on other smaller community parks. So there's value. The commission came around and said, yes, there is value of 15% reduction and agreed with that. You have that recommendation. There's still a need though, outside of just those small little areas, they still need fields to play. They still need courts. They still need trails, for instance.
Is there a typo? Average cost per acre, a little over $1 million, up from 149,000?
No.
No. That's not a typo?
So
oh my God.
This is the crux of what's driving the cost. So we've used the same methodology that we've used for the last two, of course, rate study updates. And Jeff can get into the details, but I'll just give you the summary. So how we get that average cost is we look at what's needed to acquire the number of acreage that we have, that we need to meet our level of service, and what do we need to actually develop those parks to, and Jeff went through a process to get us there. And I'll have him explain that, but you'll see what a difference this is from the 2017 rate study. So it's quite astounding actually when you show them together and I can't speak to the metrics that went into the 2017 rate study. I think there was still an effort at the time to keep costs a little lower as well. So that might be a slightly lower than maybe it actually was at the time, but I'll have Jeff explain these numbers a little more.
And then if council has questions after this, we don't take up all the time. We're happy to show the data. The two things to point out is there's community parks, regional and neighborhood parks, and the methodology of assessing this has not changed in any since 2011, and they have a cost per acre. That cost per acre, here's some numbers for you, and I don't know if we don't have a cost per acre slide in this. Oh, we have this. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have the breakdown. So the cost per acre internally to come up with this number hasn't changed until this recent assessment where we look at construction costs, because those have been exponential. Ever since COVID, construction costs have bloomed quite a bit. And the cost per acre that has been used in methodology up until this point was to develop a neighborhood park, 1 acre was $77,000. A playground cost $77,000. Permitting, A&E, cultural resources, those all add up to that. Taking a look at what a community park is, which is a little bit larger, think of Lions as a good example. You cannot afford a restroom for $115,000, which is what was budgeted. And that number has never changed as a cost per acre for the methodology. So what staff did is worked with Recreation Conservation Office, RCO. That's we have grants current out to them right now. They review a number of infrastructure projects on a biannual cycle, and all of that is public information. And we pulled comparable parks for local, community, and regional, what they cost, divided it per acre, and also itemized, just because we were shocked. Absolutely, we had a number of meetings on this, shocked at what it costs to develop parks. And we broke it down. And I'll give you just one good example, because we hear about pickleball a whole bunch. A pickleball court, what do you think a pickleball court costs to develop?
15 million.
That is a good number to guess, less. So between 75 and about 110,000. And right now, so 75 to 110, and right now the methodology before we've updated this with current construction prices to develop 1 acre was 110. That's all goes to the court. So this takes into account current construction prices measured against up-to-date information vetted by RCO and peer panels from the last cycle to show us. And then we also took a look at, just so this really resonates, we had 3 parks. We had Rotary Morrow, we have the perk right now, and we have Play for All. And we did the same methodology of the cost. What does it cost per acre to develop each of those with that footprint? And it's right in line with the average. My eyebrows are large because that is the cost. It is expensive to build parks. And we have to just provide council accurate data so you have that informed knowledge.
This, when Jeff provided us the numbers, I went, whoa, it was surprising. So what this leads us to is the total park need cost to meet our 2044 park demand, which is based on that new population, the number of housing units, and then the level of service that we have adopted. And that equals the 26.9 million to meet our level of service needs for 2044. There's a requirement that impact fees can't pay for all of it. But there's no real state law on what that percentage needs to be. So I did some querying to understand what the kind of general best management practice. It's about 30 to 40%. And so that's that 8.5 million for estimated public funding assumes a general fund contribution, which includes a little bit more than that's currently being contributed to the parks from the general fund. And it assumes donations that continue, including volunteer work, such as Rotary Morrow, which had quite a bit volunteer effort. And then it also assumes grants, which again are not guaranteed, but there's an assumption that there will be some grant funding that is acquired to support some of this. So what that then leads us to is our total, our park need, which is 18.4 million. We start with dividing that by 1,977 housing units, and then we get to our base park impact fee of 9,578. But
When you say assume volunteers, does that mean like the number Rachel's brought where each hour of volunteer is worth so much money? Is that?
yeah, and then just I think for Rotary Moore, was there some supplies donated as well? Maybe over the years, there's been a number of boardwalk type projects that have been built by volunteers, and maybe the supplies have been donated as well. We've been very lucky as a city to have such great volunteer organizations. So what does this mean for unit type and size? So the state requirement is, and it just makes sense too, but the state requirement is that you have a proportionality for the size of your, either size, you can use bedroom, you can use square footage. So what we did is we queried the average square foot of single family units and multifamily units over the last I think it was 3 years. And the average single family unit was 2,490 square feet. So we rounded up to 2,500. And the average multifamily unit was 970. So we rounded up to 1,000. And so what you see is the base rate of 9578. That's a typo, I apologize. Oh, no, there we go. 9578. And then that's our base for the average, the average house that we see. And then if you build smaller, it gets a little less expensive for a park impact fee, and that's for single family detached. Multifamily already has a base reduction, so that's 43 because they're smaller units. So that's 4360 is that base, and then it goes up and down from there based on the unit size. And then ADUs per state law can only be assessed at 50% of the impact fee of the primary dwelling unit. So this is the where the math takes us with proportionality requirements.
Councilman Eckert.
I just wanted associated with, so that any of the various varieties over the garage, in the
Oh, yeah.
backyard, but if it's I'm thinking towards Ed's cottage
Permitted,
court,
yes.
those would not, because those are ADUs built in a way,
Mhm.
then those are not going to fall under the 50%.
It would be an official ADU per whatever a code says, the building code says for an ADU.
Okay.
Just to remark on Rick,
Yep.
and not to presume on an outcome of the Blue Ribbon Commission, we might end up with nothing that's viable, right? I accept that, but we're going to ask the hard questions. But I would see, without getting into level of service and impact on the overall community, the potential of bifurcation of impact fees, where a small unit workforce housing accompanying the ADU preset formulas of one ilk or another would come in with much reduced impact fee.
It's just the word associated with, there's a lot of interpretation there. That's why I want to make sure.
Yeah.
What's that really mean?
Okay, so I have a couple more slides for parks, and then we'll get into the other topics as well, and then we'll bring it all back at the end. So what we reviewed with the Parks Commission was a phasing plan for implementation of what the park impact fee could look like moving forward. And this includes not having an effective date until January of 2027. This provides the opportunity for projects already in the door because they would pay at the time that they pick up their building permit. And so it gives applicants an opportunity to get that in and picked up prior to start of the increased impact fee. And then it would be phased and increased every year beyond that up until, so there's a 3-year and a 5-year potential. We just wanted to throw different examples. For the type of phasing, but they understood the need for it, and because it is a steep
I
increase.
can echo Nicole's remarks. That was the Park Commission. I attended that full presentation and meeting.
And we will get back to the phasing at the end when we have some policy discussions with council, so you don't have to make that decision right now. But this is what we just wanted to show you as the proposal. And looking at park impact fees and how it relates to other jurisdictions, because that's always something that councils have always asked for. Where does Poulsbo sit in the mix? And so to give you an idea, I just used a 1,400 square foot single family, which is what we are desiring to have more of in Poulsbo, and then also a fairly typical apartment unit of 750 square foot. So this is what the cost would be for the city of Poulsbo proposed. And then we always look at our Kitsap County jurisdictions. Bremerton does not have a park impact fee, nor does Bainbridge Island, but of note, Bainbridge Island has a Metropolitan Park District. Port Orchard updated their impact fee in 2026 for proportionality. And that shows you an idea of what that might look like for their fees. And then I know Gig Harbor often comes up as a comparable of note. They have Penn Metropolitan Park District. And they also, which was surprising to me, have not updated their park impact fees since 2004. So that 1,500 per unit is, from what I could find, on their available information. So this just gives you an idea of where Poulsbo would sit in the grand scheme of other folks. A lot of jurisdictions are still working on updating their park impact fees. So I imagine this might be updated in the near future.
Just before you leave that slide, desire to build a 1,400 square foot single family home. How many 1,400 square foot single family homes? How many below 2,000 have been built? We're not building that small, at least not. So just from that
Yeah.
single family, just from a comparison, we're.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. But we've heard from the community time and time again, they want smaller units. So that's why I wanted to show that example of what, if we incentivize it through things like park impact fees, what would that look like? Yeah. Yes, that would go up quite a bit if it was a 2,500 square foot house. Yes.
For 3,000.
Okay.
Oh, I'm out.
Yeah, you may leave now, Jeff.
Thank you.
and then come back. We'll bring Jeff back up at the end if you have more questions when we get to policy discussions. So this is all Michael's show. I will just man the PowerPoint.
Sounds good. Hello, thank you. I'm going to start off by saying I've been privileged to work with both Andre and former planning director Boughton on our transportation impact fees for many years now. And it's kind of to a bit of a well-oiled machine at this point. It works really well. We really are pretty happy with how it goes. And I also want to point out, you probably have caught there was a typo in my technical document where the calculation shows that we're proposing 562 as a per ADT as a unit, and then right below that it says you just multiply that 548 by like, no, it should be 562.
Does that explain why Nicole found it interesting to work with you, Michael?
I think Nicole found it interesting to work with me because I'm very opinionated about my transportation impact fees and how this program should work. This under GMA, we've been collecting traffic impact fees since 2011. That was an update from our previous method of collecting under SEPA. It's based on our comprehensive plan, which as you know, we just recently adopted the transportation comprehensive plan along with the city comprehensive plan and all the rest of them. That gives us our capital facilities program that we were working towards to build. With the knowing that, as Nicole had talked about earlier, that impact fees can only go towards growth projects. So went through and evaluated every project in our capital facilities plan for transportation and identified those projects that were responding to growth. I have one project that is split in there that is their downtown Poulsbo project. A portion of that is responding to growth, but a large portion of that is existing deficiency, right? So I'm taking a percentage of that particular project. Right now, we're charging $564 per average daily trip. And that is spread across not just residential, but of course, commercial projects as well. And we use the Institute of Transportation Engineers national standard method of determining each type of development, what they generate per trip, how many trips they generate, and then charge accordingly. The current charge right now, $5,126.75 per single family unit, single family detached, $3,801.36 per multifamily unit, and $2,563.3 per ADU, being 50% of what we would charge the primary unit. It has to be used for public streets, roads, bicycle, pedestrian facilities. That's a bit of a expansion by the legislature. Those non-motorized projects haven't always been eligible for transportation impact fees. We're fortunate that the legislature has expanded our ability to use that for growth, because a lot of the demands of our growth, we've had a pretty aggressive capital facilities program over the years that have built streets and intersections, and we're now to the point where we're needing to really address our non-motorized features a little bit more so than our traditional street improvements. Yeah, and since since impact fees are restricted to capital facilities, of course, we can't fund any of our transportation studies or any of that stuff with it. It really has to go towards the capital improvements. We set our level of service as part of our transportation plan adoption, and the standard, what people think of as A, D, E, F, it's really a delay measurement more so than good A to failing B. E is really pretty much full utilization of your system. It's starting to break down at that point. But that also means, and that's measured at the AM and PM peaks, right? So when we have our most demand on the system, we're utilizing all of it. That's our standard. And that means that we're not spending any more money than we should be spending to accommodate our traffic. If we were to adopt as we discussed this a little bit in our transportation plan adoption, if we adopt a higher level of service standard, we then drive costs way up, and we have empty roads most of the time. So there's a balance to be had between congestion versus cost, and we think we have a pretty good, well-established, pretty good mix of where we're at. That's in both our comprehensive plan policies, the city comprehensive plan, and our transportation comprehensive plan. So we make sure that developments model their traffic. They as part of that plan, and they mitigate the impacts of their development. And one of the ways they mitigate the impact is by paying traffic impact fees that we then build our capital program with. And we've kind of talked about that. We set our level of growth, and we intend for growth to pay for growth, right? We don't want our existing tax base to pay for the transportation needs to accommodate the growth that we have. We want that growth to pay for that. And that is really how transportation impact fees and impact fees in general are set up. They need to address our growth. And we use our level of service E, growth pay for growth, come up with our capital facilities plan, and then develop our transportation impact fees from there. It is, as Nicole has in this slide, it works together with frontage improvements, SEPA mitigation, concurrency. Concurrency means your impacts must be properly mitigated within 6 years of your development by the way the state standard is for concurrency. So we look at, is this particular project to have something unusual that they aren't mitigating? You'll notice that a rapid flashing beacon went in on South Viking concurrent with the Plateau project. That was an offsite improvement they were required to make. They were adding a whole bunch more pedestrians to that intersection crossing. And so they then had to build that rapid flashing beacon to mitigate their addition to our network separately from paying traffic impact fees. We ideally, when we like to have our transportation plan set up that for the most part, you don't have a lot of offsite work to do. We're collecting proper transportation impact fees so that we can upgrade our system concurrent with development, so that for the most part, when you build on an 80-acre parcel, you do your frontage improvements, you pay your traffic impact fees, you build your roads inside, we have taken care of the rest of it for you. But we look at all of that to make sure it's all done properly. We have about a $90 million total transportation program. By pulling out the pieces that are not growth related, I end up with about a $50.5 million program related to growth. We have what we assume to be our public funding share from grants, local sources, and we try to be fairly conservative. Grants, we've been pretty darn successful at grants over the years, but we don't want to assume too much. We want to assume a proper amount of grants that's truly achievable. And then if we do better than that, that's a bonus. But our public funding share, just a little under 21 million. That leaves just a little under 30 million to be funded by traffic impact fees. We're funding 59% of the program in this cycle with transportation impact fees. Our previous cycle, we funded 58%. We feel like that's a pretty good balance. I don't want to be much over that. I don't want to be much under that either. Our parametrics has done a fantastic job for us over the years, helping us build our transportation plan. Our projected growth based on both residential and commercial growth in trips is a little under 53,000 trips. So we that's with an adjustment for what's called pass-by trips. Not every trip that leaves your house, or not every trip that goes to McDonald's, for instance, is something that you went there and went home. You probably went to McDonald's on your way to get coffee and someplace else. So we adjust. There's some relatively convoluted adjustments we make to assume that we're making our trip projections correctly. And in the end, we've got 52,923 new trips over our planning period. We have that $50.5 million growth-related capital program, and we just divide those, and you get this year we end up at 562 per average daily trip. That's a reduction of $2 from our 564 we were doing previously. And we use Institute of Transportation Engineers standards to develop that. So each type of land use, whether it's residential, whether it's single family, multifamily, commercial, a restaurant, they all get calculated based upon the number of trips that they generate. And that's it. And I do, I know that I also want to point out that one of the reasons we like using the ITE method, one, it's a national standard. It's what everybody's used to. The traffic engineers are used to it, but it also scales. And over the years, it has the trip generation for single family residential, for instance, has come down. Back in about 2000, the trip rate per house is about 10 trips per house. Over the years, it's come down to 9.57, 9.44, 9.43. This last round, where single family houses are generating 9.09. So my transportation impact fee is 9.09 times the 562 now, versus we used to be 10 times whatever it was. So it's recognizing, ITE is recognizing that people are driving a little bit less. They're shopping online, they're working from home, so the average rates are coming down. So we track properly with what we need.
I'll ask council, any question on the interface of suggested transportation impact fees with what we covered tonight on the transportation improvement program, and as well as the transportation benefit district? There's tight overlap here.
Yeah, it's all related. It's we dance a pretty complicated dance in putting projects together. And mixing our grants, Josh, Diane, Andre before, myself, we have done you often have many funding sources in a project, and also sometimes it's very simple, like if that street is not eligible for anything other than this type of funding, that's where that funding goes.
So Councilman Newell.
Yeah, and probably not answerable off the top of your head, Nicole, but if you do, Star, in your email in your memo, it says, using the numbers that Michael just talking, 29.8 million is allocated to new development with regards to transportation. For parks, it says 18.5 million is allocated to new development. So a third less.
I'll point out that we're wildly successful at grants, and that's part of the difference. We can leverage traffic impact fees into federal grants. When we leverage into a STPU grant, for instance, out of the federal government, I can take $13.50 of transportation impact fees and leverage it into $86.50 of federal funding for $100. So while we're not as efficient as private development is at cost per mile, it's not that much worse, and we get to leverage. So
maybe that's the difference in that. But if you just provide clarity, because right now it looks like 18.5 million is generating, because that's what it says, an impact fee of 9,500.
Yeah.
But here's 29.8 million.
Yeah,
it's allocated is generating an impact fee of 50.
Yeah, and I'm also spreading my transportation impact fee over commercial as well.
Maybe it's another sentence or two in here because it's.
Yeah.
I couldn't get that from what this.
Right.
Looks the other way around.
Yeah.
And a quick comment from me. When we talked about neighborhood streets earlier, it was like pulling teeth with the city and the council, and it was 5-6 years of effort because of the success of our ability to leverage local funds, state and especially federal, which we had a reputation for. John Stevenson, Andre, Michael, the whole team, right?
Yeah.
That funding neighborhood streets reduced the amount coming into Poulsbo, but it was all on the arterials and
Yeah.
collectors. But we did address neighborhood streets but it took years
Yeah.
for the council to
No,
bear
that-
down
That's
on
right.
that
And
one.
we can only use, we can only leverage those funds on the federally classified roads, the big main ones. We can't do that leverage on the smaller streets. So, yeah, but it's important. And you're right. We had been, over the years, we've had to adjust our assumptions on the amount of grants that we could get because other cities have gotten more successful. They've gotten more sophisticated. You've mentioned shovel ready earlier. We were the only ones that had projects sitting on the shelf ready to go. And as soon as a grant opportunity came up, we grab it off the shelf, throw it on the table, say, we're shovel ready, give us the money. We were the first ARA project to break ground nationwide.
On
when the ARA
South
money came
Viking
out.
too on the PSRD, right?
Yeah. So, but we've had to, recognize that we've trained our other jurisdictions around us what our successful methods are, and we have to assume a little bit less in projected grant funding. So.
Any other questions for Michael or Nicole on transportation before we move to fire? Rick?
I'm just wondering if the difference that Doug's noticing, could that just be because it sounds like you've regularly updated these fees over the years, whereas the parks fees haven't been touched in
Yeah.
15 years.
I'll spend a little bit more time in
Yeah.
there, but I have to look at the numbers to understand.
And then remember,
To me-
like
To
you
me,
said,
what I heard is that while there's 29.8 million going to new development, a chunk of that's going to be paid for by the feds.
Yes.
Where on the parks, all of it's coming from the construction activity.
yeah, and with parks, all of it's coming from residential construction. For transportation, I'm charging all the commercial growth as well. So
Yeah.
I've got a much larger base to spread my costs over.
Okay. So I want to welcome Chief Gilliard up. He's been, as Heather mentioned early, unbelievably patient with us
So,
prior to tonight and tonight. So we're very appreciative of him.
so while Fire Chief Jim Gillard gets seated and situated, I want to turn to Fire Commissioner Jim Ingalls, who's very patient in the back and just ask the fire district, were you conscious you were hiring a college planning major to become a fire chief? Because this is the end result.
Great. Thank you all for having me here. I'm going to grab my laptop for some technical questions. I was last here in March to talk about impact fees. And when I was here, really focused more on the rationale for impact fees and a legal basis for fire impact fees. So I really don't want to rehash too much of that and really focus on the rate study and the methodology, which is painfully boring. So I welcome your questions. But to just rehash, fire impact fees, while they're new to us, they are substantiated by Washington state law. They've been implemented in dozens of cities and counties throughout Washington state very successfully. But fire impact fees cannot be implemented by the fire district. So the fire district serves the city of Poulsbo and some unincorporated areas of Kitsap County, but we can't do our own impact fees. That's only authority lies with the cities and the counties, which is why I'm here having this friendly conversation with y'all and having the same conversation with some of our county commissioners. The department has adopted a capital facilities plan that articulates all of our capital needs over the next 20 years. And in that, we differentiated those that are focused on maintaining our current level of operations versus those that are growth related. And that's why impact fees exist, is to help fund those growth related capital investments to make sure, and we keep saying that growth pays for growth. And why we've been so patient, putting so much effort in this, is we are so committed to taking whatever tax burden we can off of our current taxpayers. This effort is well worth it. We're very supportive, respectful of the city's efforts to maintain affordable housing. This just focuses not only on new housing, but our existing taxpayers as well. But why this matters is about our service level. Our emergency response service levels that have been adopted by our Board of Commissioners are set to prevent brain death and cardiac arrests and prevent flashover in structure fires. It is the very epitome, the core to public safety. And as our community grows, so has the number of emergency responses that we're called to. In order for us to maintain our level of service, we have to increase the capacity of our emergency response system concurrently. And that investment's going to take both personnel and the capital facilities and the apparatus needed to support them. Without that concurrent growth, we will have a deficit and inability to maintain our service level, and it will negatively impact public safety in the future. And that's why this matters so much to us. Speaking of our level of service, we do have very formal level of service that's adopted by our Board of Commissioners. The primary level of service, the one that we focus on the most, is the arrival of our first unit to a serious incident. And I am so proud of our organization and that we're doing that so well to serve our community. Our current ability is very good. We are providing the quickest responses throughout the county, both in our average responses and 90th percentiles, all the different ways we measure metrics. We have the fastest response times to emergencies in the county. We're able to do that because of the location of our fire stations spread out throughout the fire district and the way we staff our apparatus that is fairly thin, which is a challenge for our firefighters. But doing that allows us to staff more apparatus. It makes us more resilient for the concurrent calls that we get. But getting away from our level of service and a little bit into the mechanics of this rate study, which is not as much fun to talk about. This rate study is put forward as a service area rate study, and that is supported by Washington State guidance. The alternative to a service area rate study is jurisdictional, which would call for a separate rate study for the city of Poulsbo versus the unincorporated areas of Kitsap County. I know it's a little bit of a challenge when we start talking about the jurisdictions that would implement the impact fees. The reason that we have done this service area rate study is because our deployments, how we respond to emergency incidents, is all about reducing those emergency response times. Irregardless, couldn't care less about the jurisdictions they're going to. It is all about reducing those emergency responses. Frequently, every day, our units that happen to be located in one of our two stations that are located within the city, they're regularly responding to incidents in the unincorporated parts of the county. And units from our two stations that happen to be located in the unincorporated area are regularly responding into the city. The capital facilities and apparatus that we use that impact fees would help to fund benefit the entire fire district, not any one specific jurisdiction, which is why we put this forward as a service area study. So the 30,000-foot
Quick
view.
question, Chief.
Yes, sir, please.
Is that since Station 76 went active?
Correct. Yep. We've seen, I would much rather talk about this than the methodology. Since we've implemented Station 76, we've seen a 40-second reduction in all of our emergency responses across the fire district. For the first time last month, we were under 6 minutes. For all of our emergency responses in the city outside, we were under 6 minutes. Some of our partner agencies that we get along with great, they do amazing work. They have different challenges than we have, are up in the 8-minute averages. The level of service we're able to provide the community right now is amazing. And it's one of the reasons we so desperately want to hold on to this level of service we're able to provide. So the basis of the rate methodology, what's it based on? It's just a simple list. It's based on the cost of the growth-related capital projects, which includes both facilities and our fire apparatus. It's based on the amount of growth projected for the fire district. It's based on the impact of each type of development and what they have on emergency responses, and the projected amount of growth for each type of new development. So now I get to go how we use each one of those and the actual kind of math problem we're getting into. So determine the cost of the growth-related capital facilities. Again, we have our capital improvement plan. In that plan, we identify the projects that we're only doing because of growth. We remove all the projects that we're doing simply to replace apparatus, maintain our current facilities, and we've identified those that are growth-related. And it's a 20-year plan. But what we did, one, to reduce the impact fees, make them more modest, but also to ensure that we're only pursuing impact fees for projects that were going to actually come to fruition. We only included the impact fees for the first 6 years of that 20-year period. In doing that, we were able to, it wasn't that we were reducing, but the amount of the $40 million total capital improvement plan that we have over 20 years, we counted about 12.4 million is what we attributed that we even considered as part of the rate study. And some of the math stuff you'll see here is going to start to see a little consistent with, we have the cost, then we have how we break that down and attribute it to different development. The nuances are a little bit different, but you're going to start seeing some of the consistencies, I hope. So we get down to that $12.4 million. But those growth-related projects, even though they're growth-related, they're still going to serve our current community. The ladder truck that we just bought for $1.6 million, we bought it because of the height limit. But that most of the calls that ladder truck are going to go to are medical calls throughout the rest of the community that's already here. So we have to proportion that growth. We use, as there was some discussion about how parks and roads proportion that differently, we simply use the projected amount of growth in the fire district. Kitsap County did a growth projection for the entire fire district at 27.4%. So we took 27.4% of that $12 million and we attributed that to growth and to impact fees. The rest would be borne by the existing community. So from that $3.4 million, we then need to attribute it to the different types of development. In the types of development, we look at single-family residences, multifamily residences, and then commercial development. Through our past emergency response metrics, and we keep a lot of them, we were able to identify that 63% of our emergency responses are to single-family residences, 9% to multifamily residences, and the remaining 28% to commercial properties. So we took that 3.4 million and we attributed that amount, that percentage, to each type of new development. So from that, and I'll just pick on single-family residences. Single-family residences over the next 20 years would be responsible for $2.1 million of impact fees. But then we have to attribute that to each unit of new development. And that's where it starts to get a little bit more fun. And it's a longer slide. So to determine that cost attributed to each unit of new development. And by unit of new development for a single family residence, a new house. For a multifamily residence, it's a new apartment. For a commercial property, it's a new employee. We use that new employee because that's the only metric that we get from planning on growth for commercial. We don't get how much commercial space is coming to the town, how many new businesses. We get a projection of 4,000 new employees. So it's there's some trickery that we have to do to get this to all match up. But using that math problem, that $2.1 million that's attributed to single family residences, we have a projection of 3,134 new single family residences. We simply divide that 2 million by 3,000 and we get that base rate of just under $700 per unit. Multifamily residences, we apply that exact same logic, get to $225 per unit. And then for commercial, we get to, using 4,000 new employees, we get to $243 per new employee. But we can't do impact fees based on the base rate because it has to be proportional. And it's really challenging to do impact fees based on new employees. So we have some fun and we change that into square feet to meet that proportionality requirement and to get this to a per square foot cost, which is what everyone's used to dealing with when we're coming to impact fees. The way we do that is for single family residences, you're going to see that same number. We divide that base rate of $699 by 2,490 square feet. That's the average. And that gets us to our magical per square foot rate of 28 cents I keep wanting to say per thousand because we're also running a capital bond. So everything in my head is per thousand of assessed value, but 28 cents per square foot. We run that exact same math formula that if anyone wants me to go back over it, I'm willing to, but I hope you don't. We apply that exact same math formula to multifamily residential, and we get to 23 cents per square foot. Then for commercial, teamwork. Do you trust me? I'm going to hit it the wrong way. For that commercial, we use a number I got from the Washington State Department of Commerce that was for every employee, the average throughout Washington is 323 square feet per employee. That gets us to the rate of 75 cents per square foot. Now, in working with the Kitsap Builders Association, they provided an updated number of 400 square feet per employee that I haven't had a chance to vet yet with planning to see if that's a number that we can use. That simple change in using that different square foot requirement per employee would drop that rate to a little over 60 cents per square foot. So this is, I think that's all my slides. This is a brief overview. There is a ton of nuance in the rate study that goes into the exemptions for low-income housing, that goes into our recommendation or request for timing, taking into some of the requests from builders to limit, I hate to say limit the impact, but that's what it's doing. Limit the impact of impact fees. All of the agreements that will have to go into place, policies for the implementation of fire impact fees that I'm sure we're going to get into at some point. I just have to reiterate, this is a really big deal for the fire department. This is the ability for us to maintain our service level, help maintain our service level without asking our current taxpayers for more money. It would have been really easy. We're running a capital bond right now. It would have been far easier for the fire department to ask for a couple more cents per thousand. It isn't what we want to do. We took this initiative. We've been working on this for so long because we knew that by pushing this cost to growth where it should be, we're able to limit that impact on our current taxpayers. And it isn't a lot, but every little bit that we can improve, limit the impact we're having on our taxpayers, I think is well worth it. And it's why I'm asking for the council's support. That's what I got.
Did I mention that Chief is a planning major from college?
It's
from the
clear.
University
It's
of
clear.
Washington thing.
Oh, a dog. I'm curious, Jim, you must be the leader on the peninsulas on this effort, I'm sure. What's your role within the state fire chiefs and commissioners? Are you leader on this effort at fire impact fees?
No, I've actually got information from some of our partners across the state, how they did it, how they've gone about it. It's the Wild West and actually some of the nuances of this. Picked up some great stuff, heard some stories that people are like, well, that's not exactly what the state guidance says, but you do you. But I've been following what people across the state have done, but in the county, which is pertinent, especially when I start talking to the county, South Kitsap is very interested in impact fees. They're seeing the huge impact of McCormick Woods and their need for infrastructure. And then we're getting indications that the other fire districts that don't have cities are going to likely be following this after we get it implemented.
And I want to thank you on behalf of the community on the ladder truck. That was in no small measure to the proposals that are pending for the build out of the college on the hill. The 70 million that Western's seeking could be 5 to 7 stories tall, and appreciate that ladder truck, Chief. Questions for Nicole or for the fire chief? Doug Tabor, then Rick Eckert. Anyone else? Doug Newell.
Great presentation. You answered 2 of my questions about proportionality. So that leads me with just 2. Regarding the 27.4% allocation, is that based on projections or historical incident data?
That's the projections I got from Kitsap County.
Okay, not historical data.
Correct.
Gotcha. And then the square footage versus risk, because it states that it's service demand proportionality. So does the proposed impact fees square footage for residential and commercial, is there a proportionality adjustment for buildings that are higher or lower fire risk? Or like, fire, additional fire safety stuff?
Sure, it's a great question. One of the exemptions that we make is reducing the rate for properties that voluntarily install sprinkler systems. So I'm going to get that's why I brought my laptop. In the rate study, it has the proportion of fire versus EMS responses. So we remove the proportion. It's about 30% of our responses are fire related. So we make a reduction of the impact fee by that amount for anyone who voluntarily puts in fire sprinkler systems. We had originally talked about a height kicker, if you will, once you go over 35 square feet to increase the impact fee. It wasn't really supported by other communities. It wasn't widely used throughout the state. We had a conversation that it was complicated, so we removed it.
Councilman Eckert.
Yeah, just real quickly, is the intent for the impact fee to be the same between the city and the county?
Absolutely.
And then if you could just briefly explain what the fire support building is on your capital improvement list, your facility list.
The fire support, can you go back?
Fire support building, yeah, for at Station 70.
Fleet support building. Yes. So in our capital bond, and I'll do a little education on that too. We knew we needed more capacity in our apparatus bay and our fleet support. We're outgrowing the apparatus bays that we have dedicated to fleet support. Our apparatus are larger, that even beyond the ladder truck. We just need more space in that entire building. So our capital bond includes expanding space in that apparatus bay that will include additional space for our fleet maintenance. That was projected. This was done in 2022. This was the basis of this was done in 2022. That's what I thought it was going to cost. I was wrong. It's now about $4.5 million. But this would provide us also ground level storage. Our firefighters currently, their PT space at that station is the attic, which is not the best workout space. So this would provide additional space for some of the safety aspects like that.
Councilman Doug Newell.
Yeah, lots of data there, Nicole. Can I get the PowerPoint?
Yes, of course.
It's not,
Yes.
if we could get it listed somehow, somebody.
It's linked on the memo, but I'll send it to you all.
The memo links to an older one.
Yeah.
Well, yes, no, I updated this today.
Could we have that one?
Yes, you may.
Please.
I will provide this presentation.
Somehow.
Yes. Okay.
Additional questions, council?
Okay, so we have a few more slides and some policy discussions and yes.
One last question for the fire chief
Yes,
or
sir.
the commissioner in the back. Have you presented this to like the Kitsap Building Association and the other representative communities that are involved in housing and commercial building?
Yeah, I have been meeting with the Builders Association really since we started down this journey. I think my first meeting with them was about 2 years ago, which was really just, we're considering doing this. How can we do this in a way and understand the negative impact that it does have? Because there are things we do that do have a negative impact and we want to understand. Jamie's reviewed this, provided great feedback, provided an updated number that we could use for the commercial space. I wouldn't expect the Builders Association to come cheering for impact fees, but we have, I think, done a concerted effort to hear and to listen so we can understand the impacts that it will have.
Thank you, Chief. Well organized. Nicole, back to you.
Great. And thank you, the chief. I've worked with a few fire chiefs over the years, and this has been very pleasant. It's not always very pleasant. So
sorry.
So you may have questions for the chief, you may have questions for Michael or Jeff, dependent on a couple of we want to narrow a little bit of the focus as we move forward with ordinances and how we move forward. This is just a summary slide. And what does this look like in terms of the math? So for a 2,600 square foot house, 1,000 square foot detached house, and then two different sizes of multifamily homes, multifamily units. And what you're seeing is the the total new versus total existing. So the total existing is what we currently charge for impact fees. Again, the total new includes an increase to the park impact fee, a slight increase to the traffic impact fees, and then a new fire impact fee. And what you see is that difference there, and how the unit size plays a major role in that as well, in how much we charge for impact fees. There's also a discussion about when impact fees are due. This came up a couple times during our housing affordability workshop series. We've heard a number of times that delaying when that impact fee is due is helpful for making projects work out. We've discussed with the parks and fire how having the payment at certificate of occupancy makes sense for that type of impact fee. It still makes sense for transportation to be at building permit issuance. So that's what we're proposing, which would be recognized in the ordinances. So just to give you an idea. Some other policy considerations is phasing. So understanding that you still might have some concerns specifically about the park impact fee increase, getting a sense from you, whether that be tonight or in the near future, about how you'd like to implement, if you'd like to, and how you'd like to implement a phased approach for the impact fees increases, and then potentially a new fire impact fee. So there's also, so we have our required RCW, which is the proportionality and fee, which you saw represented in all the rate studies. There's a deferral program for single family homes that's already adopted in the municipal code. There's exemptions that are discretionary. So you may provide exemptions for low income housing. However, there is, if exempted, the jurisdiction must pay the exempted fees from another public source or not collect them at all, with policy, which impacts our system funding. And so it's a discretionary exemption that you can provide for low income housing, the income restricted housing. But you would have to, one, find another source for that fee, which again, we discussed at our housing affordability workshop series, or make the assumption that there's going to be a system decline in system funding. And this is most common from what I found around other jurisdictions that do provide them, is a 50 to 60% AMI for the exemptions. You might have, if it's deeper affordability, you provide a full exemption. If it's 60% at 80, you can provide a partial exemption. So there's different ways of setting that up. You can limit it to nonprofit developers. You can limit it to projects that have covenants for 50 to more years. So those are kind of the most common that I found in other jurisdictions that provide, because the RCW does allow you to provide an exemption for low-income housing.
Nicole, on the ADUs, those have to do with a different criteria than AMI. How does that overlay this?
So the ADU is a completely separate RCW that was passed by the legislature, that we can only charge 50%, period. Yeah. So this would be different for income restricted unit.
Mayor, yes, Nicole, how much decision do you need from us yet tonight? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Do you need, just hear you out, or do you have
I'm not gonna be able to get done in 3 minutes.
Right, but how much decision do you need us to discuss?
That's up to you all.
Okay, I move to extend the meeting past 9 o'clock.
Past 9 o'clock.
Second.
Open-ended. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please indicate aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Can we have a brief conversation about how long we want?
That's what I was asking.
Well, yeah. I'm fine with Nicole saying, here's what the decisions we need, but I don't think we want to get into the policy discussion tonight if we don't have to. There is no definite timeline here that we're facing, or a deadline, is there?
No, there's no definitive timeline. I believe that we officially were required to get the proportionality adopted by July 1, but I have to clarify. So, but we have some leeway in that.
Does that sound agreeable? We have Nicole just outline what she's going to need.
The will of the council.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't want to make a motion for 9:10 if we needed more time there. So that's why I was asking how much determination should be needed from us.
Yep. Yes. Okay. So that's decision by council, and some direction tonight would be helpful to know what to bring back to you. Even if it's just, we want more information on A, B, and C, that would be really helpful. You may also exempt, affordable housing beyond low income. So that's the example of workforce housing. There's also an exemption option for early learning childcare facilities, which has become a little more popular in the last several years as childcare facilities have become really hard to open, whether it be state regulations, local regulations, but the impact fees can be fairly significant for childcare facilities because you get a lot of people, a lot of trips. So there are exemption levels for early learning childcare facilities that can be applied. Nonprofit institutional uses, again, some jurisdictions have completely exempted ADUs beyond just the 50% reduction. So that's an option as well. And then we've seen a little bit more, I've seen a little bit more at the senior housing and age restricted housing specific to transportation and park. There's definitely still more of a medical need at those facilities. So it could be because, you know, they're not driving as much and things like that. So to encourage more senior housing, that's something that's been a little more common as of recently. But the RCW requires that if you grant exemptions, you must ensure that system improvements are still funded and that the exemption does not shift the burden in a way that violates proportionality. So, so there's just some caveats to it, but a lot of jurisdictions have moved forward with these different types of exemptions. So there's a way forward, and we can bring that back to you if you're interested in those discussions. It doesn't have to be all transportation, park, and fire. It could be this one for transportation, this one for park. It doesn't have to be across the board. So there's different options. So second workshop, June 3rd, it sounds like, which would be great because that'll give us time to do a little more research. And then what we would be hoping for is an ordinance adoption in June, based on your feedback tonight, some questions you might have, what you would like us to evaluate in more depth. What do you need from us, all of us, to move this forward? So,
Council. Mr. Mifid.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, it would be helpful for me if I had a clearer understanding of, with all these impact fees, what the state requires us to do and what we have within our own control. That's a little gray to me still, and that would be helpful.
good question.
Mr. Newell.
I guess related to that, my previous understanding is that we have to justify whatever impact fees we impose by methodology. Seen a couple different ways to do that. But we don't have to adopt impact fees.
No.
Or we can set them at a percentage.
No, you can, so the RCW is a little vague, and they don't say you have to do this by this and this, it has to have a rate study. It has to be consistent with your adopted plans. So if we want to maintain, let's say, a parks impact fee, then it has to be consistent with the plans we've adopted.
You got to be able to justify it.
Exactly.
But we don't have that, but that's a good clarification that if you could bring that back, is what do we really have to do? Because we haven't had impact fees for some things, i.e. there has been growth impact to the fire department. We haven't implemented one before.
Yeah. And then that's the one thing with impact fees. They are discretionary. They are a choice, a policy decision by a jurisdiction to impose. We are allowed to do it as a GMA city, but we do not have to. It is a choice. So.
Anybody else from council? Mr. Fitzpatrick.
So, but at the end there, you said that the system improvements still have to be funded, right?
Yeah, so whatever we have in our capital facilities plan for system improvements, growth or not growth, we have to show that we're funding those. And we currently show that we're funding a portion of those through impact fees.
And that applies to the fire district?
Yeah, so the fire district, we adopted their capital facilities plan as part of an appendix. So it's not necessarily a burden that we're taking on as like we have to fund that system improvement. It was a step that was necessary in order to be able to bring forward fire impact fees. So because they're a separate agency, we don't take on that burden.
Mr. Newell, then Mr. Eckert, and then Ms. Libdahl.
So just applying to your interacting with the school district. School district did not provide that level of granularity, and there isn't somebody holding the fire saying, hey, here's all the things in your capital plan. and you can't spend it. It's best practice.
I mean, generally speaking, the transportation impact fees, the fire impact fees, those are kind of easy and straightforward for me. Parks obviously is a huge jump. I know that you expected us to be sticker shocked with that. I'm trying to understand how our last comp plan update was in what year?
Our comp plan update was
Comp plan.
2016 and then 2025. Yeah.
So at that time, was the math not mathing even close to how it's mathing now? I'm trying to understand how nothing's been done since park impact fees were first implemented in 2011, and it's been 15 years, and now are playing catch up, and growth is supposed to pay for growth.
It's not necessarily that nothing was done. It was that there was some assumptions made that were a little different than maybe what we're making in this updated rate study. Because again, we were coming out of the recession and there were some decisions that were made, policy decisions that were made by a previous council.
I get that in 2011. but
Yeah.
I don't get that in 2016.
Yeah, and I can't answer that question specifically, but also it was a matter of, in 2016, we didn't have a revised population allocation. It was what we had been planning for prior to that.
Okay.
So I really think it comes down to the population allocation, change the game, and then the cost of everything. So
Right.
there was those two pieces that really just went, and you're, okay, yeah. It comes down to we hadn't had a population allocation that increased for 20 years, and the cost of everything just skyrocketed. So.
Okay, so no proposed increases were made to council
Not that
previously.
I'm aware
Yeah,
of.
I mean, I
can-
guess that we weren't there.
Yeah,
so.
I could speak to our previous planning director and get a little more insight into that because she worked on it prior to me, but I'm not clear on it. So that's another option we can decide is bringing forward the fire and the transportation separately and then working a little bit more on the parks, digging a little deeper. That's an option as well. And there's other things we can talk about in the future with the pros plan 2027, 2028. What does that look like? Is there an interim fee that we want to talk about? And then, things might change with the pros plan update. Those are all on the table. It's just what council is comfortable with moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all know, I think parks are very important to me. I'm not trying to indicate that I want to shortchange them, but I mean, it is a huge leap. And internally, I'm just sort of seething that that for 15 years, it hasn't been paying properly for the growth. And we're apparently so far behind. There's nothing we can do about that now, but fine tuning it and maybe looking more at some of those exemptions, because as many of you are aware, I'm not the most liked with developers. I tend not to really care that much what they think, but when it comes to affect affordability, I do care. And so, with affordable housing and those different ways that you can look at exemptions, I'm interested in that. I can't narrow it down right now.
Is there a strong interest among council to evaluate more of the exemption programs for affordability? And I can look at
There
different
is
ways.
for me. I can't.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Wait, hold on, Rick. Michael would like to catch a vote on time. Are there any questions for Michael on the transportation impacts?
Oh, thanks.
You're released.
Between ferries this time, thanks about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have Mr. Eckert, then
Yeah.
Mr. Taylor.
Thanks, Mike.
So to answer your question, I would say yes. I'd also be, we talked a lot about deferrals before too, but this is only talking exemptions. So yeah, I think deferrals would be an interesting part of for parks specifically.
Okay.
I think I would be interested in the idea of splitting this and bringing traffic and fire separate from parks, because I agree with Britt. I mean, we value the parks, but this is a huge leap. And
So can I
we've
add?
just gotten denser.
Okay.
And so the more developments that have gone in and the more work we've done, I feel like we've put in a lot, and parks have gotten closer and closer together. That's kind of why I asked the whole methodology of what the number of neighborhood versus community. So I feel like we have more parks that are walkable to more neighborhoods than we ever did before. And yet we're turning around and raising fees on it. So our overall consensus in the workshops was we wanted the reduce this number. And now we're back to the conversation and we've just jumped it tremendously. So I would like to separate them and I would like to continue to talk about parks.
Are you comfortable with us bringing back ordinance on June 3rd for transportation and fire and then focusing on a workshop for parks? Just,
I would be
okay,
comfortable
because
with
then
that
we can
approach.
get those moving forward and the chief can stop having to spend his Wednesday nights here.
Yeah.
So, okay, great. That's good to know. Okay. That's clarifying for me. Okay.
Mr. Tabor.
First, I want to say great presentation. I literally had like 5 questions about different aspects of proportionality that were answered by everyone presenting. So really good job. Regarding parks, I still really want a parks district. I think, the parks district can be formed. Yeah, and I wanted to know, like, could we do the impact fees and then how easy is it to repeal or remove impact fees if we got a park district?
It's an ordinance. So
it's an ordinance. Oh, yeah.
one of the things Jeff and I have talked about is through the pros update, which he's looking to start in 2027. That level of service could be reevaluated. So how we look at level of service, which can also help inform a metropolitan park district.
Okay.
That can all be wrapped up into future work. But in the meantime, what do we do? And we can have a little bit more of a discussion about that. An impact fee is an ordinance, which we can bring forward because it doesn't require public hearing at any time. We could adopt it June 3rd and repeal it July if you wanted to. It's not that complicated. I don't recommend it, but we could. So, yeah, and Jeff can explain a little bit more about the pros plan coming up and what that might look like.
And recognizing the late hour as well.
Yes.
There is pros is next year. There's also an opportunity from what I'm hearing on this great discussion is council wants more information about how did we go from 2011 fees, which haven't been updated in 15 years to where we are now. And there's a story behind that. And there's also forecasting. But with the Metropolitan Park District I just heard, it's actually a really good opportunity for next year to probably bring in an outside consultant and do a really good foundational basis of community outreach, a statistically valid survey, and understand what our community needs. And there is a grant staff are applying for in 2 months through RCO to see if we can get that. And if not, we can gauge interest in council of 2 birds with 1 stone. It could be where, hey, let's bring in an outside consultant who can do a really great deep dive, because that's never happened for a pros plan here. And to my understanding, Mayor, and talking to Nicole as well, which will give council a lot of depth of information and also can reassess potentially the level of service. And still have an ordinance discussion about should the ball move forward in the interim, and if so, what is that amount, of course.
I might add to the discussion, at the last council, I mentioned we had toured the top officials of the city of Gig Harbor at their request through Poulsbo. There's a real opportunity, I'll call it a comparable city on a number of fronts anyway, and to ask them what's been happening with their park impact fee versus the Metropolitan Park District and their level of service and the satisfaction of the community. It's a very similar community to ours.
And what's region? I mean, is it regional park, like county, North Kitsap, Peninsula, like what's our real reach need to be for when we talk regional?
Yes.
So that survey can be, again, the late hour, but it's an opportunity and time and place to inform councils, really understand what the community wants, reassess, and it roadmaps the path forward as well. And you just have a richer depth of information with more focus on community outreach.
Similar to how the comp plan, Jeff and I discussed this at length earlier, similar to how the comp plan, this last update was a very significant shift. So it was a moment in time and we moved forward. Prior to that, it was 20 years that we had the same allocation and we were dealing with the same, body of work. The 2025 update was, this is the moment in time and we move forward. The pros plan likely needs that. It's just a matter of how can we make that happen? It's something that internally planning staff doesn't have the ability to do that, but could we go outside and have someone do that? And it's a moment in time. We have a new population. How do we relook at parks? That should be on the table as a conversation for the council and how you want to move forward with the pros plan. So, and that
2
could
quick
inform
comments
this.
on this culture that Nicole's touching on. I'd like to share with the council that in our enterprise rate structures, there were no built-in escalators until 12 or 13 years ago. And our rates would stay flat for 10, 15, 20 years at a time, building up a bow wave that no council wanted to touch because now they're looking at an extra big jump and they pass it on. So there's a cultural aspect here too, I want to remind you. And then in closure, I want to say, Nicole, that was an extremely organized presentation of very complex material and you're a consummate professional.
Thank you.
And council, we are on to item H, which is questions and concerns of the council. Rick?
Yeah, just real quick to share. So just for the council's awareness, I got accepted into a leadership program at work, which is a 6-month program. So I'm working from home this week. It may limit my availability a little bit with council over the next 6 months, because at one point I have to do a 4-week assignment at another agency, which I have to figure out. So just so you know, so somehow between now and the end mid-October, my availability may be a little different than it
You
is
would
now.
just, as soon as you have insight, please let our city clerk know. Any other,
First of all, congratulations to Rick. Sounds like that's a good opportunity. This is not something that we need to discuss tonight, but I would like to ask the mayor and the city administrator to maybe put on a future workshop agenda that we should have a conversation around what happened at the end of our MOU yesterday. Councilor Eckert brought forward a discussion with the tribe about displaying flags here in the city.
When Rob has the
Right.
details together, we're going to put it on an agenda item.
That I understand and expected, but the city administrator also made a comment during there about how much more we want to extend flag use. And I think that's a discussion that the council needs to have. I have thoughts and I suspect all my colleagues do too. And I think the city administrator is concerned about the impact on staff time and resources. I think we need to start talking about this as we expand this program.
and under board and outside agencies, there'll be a full report out on the very large, far-ranging meeting with the Suquamish tribe and its staff yesterday. That'll be next week, and we'll try to get as much of this together.
And
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
I just want to say as one last thing, it was my first time at one of those meetings and I was really impressed with our relationship with the tribe. I think that's a testament to my colleagues, the city, and especially you, Mayor, who I know that's been a project of yours for a long time. So thank you.
Thank you. Questions and concerns of the council? Mr. McVeigh, nothing? We're going to move on to continued public comment. Please come to the podium. You'll have up to 3 minutes. State your name, place of residence, and we look forward to hearing from you. And we have a surprise guest.
Good evening, Council. I'm here wearing my Viking Fest board hat tonight. Heather Wright, Planning and Economic Development Director and Viking Fest board member. So as you know, the Vikings are coming. The opening ceremony is at 4 o'clock on Friday at the Pavilion. We are going to be honoring those members that are of the council. If you would like to stand up and state your name and share it with the community, we'll be doing that after the Vikings come with their torches. So that should be about 4:07. And if you would like to come up, state your name, and we can recognize all that you contribute to our great city, please join us.
They that upset about paid parking?
Probably. Thank you.
Calling for continued public comment. If there is any public remaining, please come forward to the podium. Council's anxious to hear from you. If you'd state your name, place, or residence. Calling for public comment.
Going once.
Going once, going twice. And we are up to adjournment unless there's any
Motion
other
to
last
adjourn.
comment. I have a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second? Motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.
Great work, everyone.